And Erin, are you still the moderator for this meeting?
Yes, I am.
Yes, okay, good. Thank you. So I believe everybody is back, Erin. So when it's 6:30, if you want to start the recording.
Mayor, do
Yes.
we want to let the public know that our website is currently down, it's being worked on? And then
Yes.
we can give the telephone number, the meeting ID, etc.
Yes, what we'll do is we will call this regular session into order, and then I will ask the city attorney to make an announcement about the current situation.
And then,
Okay.
and then Sam, you can kick in about number if somebody wants to watch it on PCA and call in, if you wouldn't mind. Thank
Happy
you.
to.
And let folks know that the links are on all the city's social media sites. That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Got it. You're welcome.
So we'll do the call to order before I ask Eric to make the announcement, and then go to you, Sam, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, we're ready whenever you are.
We're ready.
Are we doing the call to order first, or am I?
Call to order first.
Okay. So isn't that you, Madam Mayor?
Yes, but I was just, are we going to get an announcement that the recording is started?
It's been recording this entire time.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. So yes, it is me. Good evening and welcome to the City of Petaluma regular meeting of the City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for the regular meeting of Monday, December 6th. And I will ask our city clerk, deputy city clerk, to call roll.
Barrett,
Here.
Barnacle,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here.
McDonald,
Here.
Kosake.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. And now I'll call on our city attorney to make an announcement about conditions that are existing right now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I'd like to do, if I could, is just give a brief announcement about the situation. I think the most important information is actually that the deputy clerk has to share about how to access the meeting. I'm noting that there are about 20 outside attendees right now, so the word is getting out, which is good. But the issue is that the city's website is currently down, and apparently all the similar agency websites on the same platform are down, and I'm going to provide some information as to why we're able to proceed under these circumstances under the current law. But before I do, I think it might be good, if it please the council, if our deputy clerk would provide information about how folks can access the meeting.
Thank you. Do you want to go ahead, Sam?
Okay. To participate, you are welcome to call in to the meeting. I will give you the phone number now. It's 1-720-707-2699. I'll repeat that, 1-720-707-2699. Our meeting ID is 832-0144-7464. I'll repeat that as well. 832-0144-7464. You'll want to dial *9 to raise your hand to speak, and the moderator will be able to see you. Also, if you'd like to watch the meeting, it is being broadcasted on Comcast, that's channel 28, as well as UVerse, and that's channel 99. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. So,
Excuse me, Eric, I just want to add one more thing, is that folks can still add or be able to participate in our meetings via the Zoom and our Granicus links, which staff, Ingrid, everything's posted on our social media sites currently, so people can just click on those links. We've posted it to social media, so you can still access it the way you always have.
Thanks, Peggy. So I'm just going to note, for purposes of the recent amendments to Section 54953 of the Brown Act that permit local agencies, including the city, to conduct meetings virtually without satisfying all the requirements that apply to teleconference meetings, especially the one that requires members of the public to be able to attend and participate from all the remote locations from which legislative body members are attending. There's a paragraph that says, in the event of a disruption which prevents the public agency from broadcasting the meeting to members of the public using the call-in option or internet service option, or in the event of a disruption within the local agency's control which prevents members of the public from offering public comments using the call-in option or internet-based service option, the body shall take no further action on items appearing on the meeting agenda until public access to the meeting via the call-in option or internet-based service option is restored. So what's important for tonight's meeting, even given the current circumstances, is to note that those options for calling in and participating via Zoom are still available. This is a disruption that's not in the city's control, but you've heard about the steps that we've taken to permit the public to participate nonetheless. So that concludes my comments, unless there are questions from the council. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't see any council hands up, so we're going to proceed with today's meeting, which our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. So we can say that now. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now have a moment of silence. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge the loss in our community of two significant people who have contributed a lot to Petaluma. One is Gene Beatty, who was a former Petaluma employee, mainly in the police department, but he also served as our interim city manager at least twice. So that is a big loss for Gene's family and for our community. And also Will Bax recently died, and Will was a real leader in the organic compost movement and the zero waste movement in Sonoma County, and provided leadership through his role here in Sonoma County throughout to many places outside our state and even our country. So with that, we'll go to a moment of silence. Thank you. And now we will look at, are there any agenda changes or deletions to the current agenda? I do not have any. And I'm not seeing any from staff or the council. So then we will move on to a report out of closed session, and that's our city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no action to report tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. And so now we will move on to a presentation. This is Districting Update presented by Ingrid Alberti, the Director of Economic Development and Open Government.
Good evening. I'm just going to pull up my presentation here. Wow. Sorry. Share. Here we go. All right, sorry about that. Are you guys seeing just my slide? Yes, okay. And here we go. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, I'd like to provide you with a short presentation outlining our proposed outreach plan regarding our transition to district elections. This is an important and large task to be accomplished over a few short weeks over the holidays. We plan to complete our outreach in both English and Spanish across multiple paths so that we can connect with our community in the most equitable way possible. We're planning for high-tech and low-tech ways to participate. We are planning for in-person and virtual events. We are planning to leverage community stakeholders to help expand our reach. We'll use virtual, social, and physical advertising and noticing, and we will include ads in our bus shelters, on street banners, lawn signs, social media, Spanish language channels, direct mail, and as many tabletop opportunities as we can find and staff. Community members will be invited to stay informed, fill out a community of interest form, and/or submit a district map. As I mentioned, we will need to lean heavily on partners to help us get the word out quickly. We will also work with community groups, local healthcare facilities, schools, faith organizations, business groups, and more to be sure that we get the word out. We are mindful of our need to reach our Latinx and BIPOC community. We will work with our Spanish language focus group, the representatives of each group on the ad hoc community advisory committee, as well as other portals such as the local healthcare center, the family resource center, the adult education center, and St. Vincent de Paul to meet our community where they are. This outreach plan is unfolding quickly, and we will continue to add events, tabletops, and other outreach efforts as we can. So far, we have a robust plan for getting the word out before the holidays. We recently staffed a tabletop event at the Kentucky Street Marketplace, and we're able to speak with 130 people. We are planning large ads in the Argus and a direct mailing early next week. Next Wednesday, the 15th, we'll hold the first of 2 open houses. The first open house will be virtual and will be set up to allow community members to go from room to room to learn about district elections, how to fill out community of interest forms, and how to use our new map portal that we hope to launch on Monday. We will then follow up with additional events, mailers, and ads in the new year to remind our community that input forms and maps will need to be submitted by January 17th so that we can incorporate input into the draft maps that are published on January 24th. We've also mapped out a schedule to complete the 5 required public hearings in time to adopt a final map before the April 4 deadline. As you can see on this schedule, the next public hearing or the 3rd public hearing is scheduled for January 31st, followed by public hearing number 4 on February 14th, and then a final public hearing on March 7th with a second reading on March 21st. And just noting that we've left 1 week of buffer, that this could be pushed if we need additional days to discuss. To make the campaign easily recognizable, we developed a logo and an infographic to help translate the campaign graphically. We've also launched a webpage that includes background about district elections, frequently asked questions, the schedule, digital and printable community of interest forms, digital and printable map tools, a way to subscribe and provide additional feedback, as well as a list of relevant documents. We also plan to provide a list of upcoming events as soon as they are scheduled. Just for a quick view, you can see that we are standardizing the copy and graphics so that the campaign is easily recognizable. All of our collateral will be prepared in both English and Spanish. Here's a photo of our first tabletop event this weekend. We look forward to doing more of these and making sure we connect with as many community members as possible. And finally, we've set up several ways for the community to connect with us. One is through our webpage, which is cityofpetaluma.org/districtelections. We also have a dedicated email, which is districtelections@cityofpetaluma.org. And we are working on having a dedicated phone number, which we hope to have set up this week. And that completes my presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. And I will ask our council members if anybody has a question. could you please stop sharing your slide? Thank you.
Yep.
Screen. I see Councilmember King's hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to confirm, I think what I heard. Next Monday, the 13th is when people will be able to go to the city website to start doing their maps.
That is our hope.
Okay,
At the very latest would be the Wednesday, which is the first virtual open house.
okay. Thank
And
you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. Thank you very much for that presentation. And that once the website is back up, that calendar will be available for everybody.
correct.
And you outlined all the outreach that will be done. So hopefully people will have an opportunity to find out about this, multiple opportunities. So thank you very much. And with that, we're going to go on to general public comment. And I'd like to ask our deputy city clerk if she's received any general public comment.
We have not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So I'll ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak on general public comment, items that are not on today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this time I'm going to start a 30-second timer. At the end of the timer, I'll count how many hands are raised, and we'll see if we'll do it in 3 or 2 minutes. Those wishing to participate in general public comment must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Madam Mayor, we have 8 hands raised, so we'll do 2 minutes.
Thank you, Aaron. And do you want to call on the first person, or do you want me to do that?
I can call. I was just resetting the timer.
Thank you.
So the first speaker that we have is Jaime Rojas, followed by John Hania. Jaime, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin. Jaime, you can unmute yourself and begin. And hi, Jaime, are you there?
Yes, I am. My apologies. I accidentally pressed the raised hand, so I have no comment.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank.
The next speaker that we have is John, followed by Eris. John, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening. First of all, whoever be the moderator, whether it's this gentleman or Patrick, should be unbiased. In the past, it's been biased. Whenever you guys violate the rules or the Brown Act, he doesn't mute you. And I had a long discussion with Patrick about that. Second of all, not the last meeting, the meeting before, Teresa Barrett, you said something about when people speak, especially negative, they're talking about reflected in themselves. So I ask you, Teresa, at what point your comments from you and the city council and the staff apply to your guys with the lying, deceiving, misleading, the total hypocrisy, and operating as if it's a dictatorship, the amount of level of the dictatorship that you guys operate in. You guys depriving the public from their right to participate. You used to have 4 meetings a month. You cut it down to 2. People used to even have general public comment, and they'd be able to speak about other issue beside what's in the closed session. But you, especially you, Teresa, you don't want to hear from the public. You sitting on your high horse, not even on a Clydesdale horse. You sitting on a Trojan horse, looking down on everybody, thinking you're better than anybody else. You might want to get a new mirror at your house and take a good look at yourself and get down to earth. You know, if you go to the 3 line, you'll see there's no growth, nothing, no green up there. The growth is in the valley. Get down, okay? Look at people's eye level. Talk to them. Get off your high horse and start giving more people time to speak. Thank you.
The next speaker we have is Eris Weaver, followed by Michael. Eris, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. I'm Eris Weaver. I'm the Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. I was unable to make last week's Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee meeting, so I went to the website to watch a chunk of the video for the particular agenda item I was interested in. I really love the feature that when you're looking at the agenda, you can click on it and go directly to the point in the recording where it's being discussed. However, the sound on the video was extremely low. I had my volume turned up to the highest level that I was able to. I have some hearing impairment and wear hearing aids and have everything from my computer ported directly into my hearing aids, and I have them at the highest level and had a hard time hearing most of what's going on. So I listened around to some of the other videos and had that same problem. Now, I don't know if that's a function of the Zoom recording or from the television recording or how they're interfaced, but that might be for somebody to take a look at the volume on the videos as you post them. Thank you.
Thank you, Eris. The next speaker that I have is Michael, followed by Sheila. Michael, I'll now allow you to speak. You can mute yourself and begin.
Am I unmuted? Can I have a sound check?
Yes, you're unmuted.
Terrific. I want to thank the council members for their service. I'd like to, we moved to Petaluma a year and a half ago for the grade school choice and have been welcomed into the community. I'd like to share an issue that's coming up and ask the council to consider either delaying implementation of it or taking a scalpel rather than a sledgehammer approach. I've been informed by the police that the RV ban on public streets that has been going back and forth for many years is potentially coming to a point that RVs on public streets may be completely banned sometime in March. And if that happens, there may be some unintended consequences. So with COVID, with the right with the assembly for homeschooling options and with the increased public safety concerns over COVID, specifically with many people having compromised immune systems, many people work from home, and RVs have become sort of an extra office, kind of a home office, or potentially, if God forbid somebody gets COVID, an opportunity to separate family members. So given, I don't know the full history of the back and forth on the RV ban, but as this comes before the council, I would request consideration of looking at exceptions for work from home or looking at simply delaying until the federal government really says COVID is behind us to enable these needs. In the 15 seconds I have, I will say personally, I have an immune compromised child with special needs, and having that ability has been a great help in separation. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker that we have is Sheila Baker, followed by Zaira. Sheila, I'll now allow you to speak. You unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. I first want to say how sorry I am to hear about the passing of Will Bax. I took his compost class at Schoen Farm, and what a teacher, what an amazing human being. And at Lieb Senior Apartments here, we had the gift of some compost for our garden boxes, and it was just so appreciated. And I know he did that for others. So anyway, thank you for letting me speak. I raised my hand really to give a big shout out to Vice Mayor Barnacle on that excellent commentary and the Argus Courier on the fair and the potential uses of the fair. It really inspired me to think about what else could happen at the fair and what other events. So I just want to say, really great job, Vice Mayor Barnacle, on inspiring thought and hopefully action on the fair grounds and potential uses of things there. And to say that there was a public comment also on the fair that was, excuse me, in the Argus Courier, and it was done really well, and I enjoyed it too. And so I just really encourage all of us to follow what is going on with the fairgrounds and what are the changes, and really participate in the ideas that can come forward from really excellent people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker that I have is Zyra, followed by Ben Peters. Zyra, now allow you to speak. You can mute yourself and begin.
Hey, thanks everyone. So I want to first thank the city for providing your social media policy. I think that was very excellent. To me, that's an example of transparency. So kudos to you all for working on that and whoever was behind it. I also wanted to bring awareness, as you all know, what's happening in Youngstown. You know, we've seen this happen in 2017 at Littlewoods Mobile Villa, where the landlords wanted to increase the rent by 30%. And here we are again, 2021. I can't stress enough to those who campaign for renter protections, such as just cause eviction, how much is needed. And I just, a question, I don't know if you're able to respond back, but are we allowed to provide comment on the redistricting presentation? I know that's probably on the agenda, so I might be answering my own question, but I think community input on outreach is important as well. Thank you.
Zyra, just to answer your question, and since you had a minute left, I'll give it to you. You can comment on that during the presentation or during this general public comment.
Got it. Okay, I'll make it very brief. Just a couple kind of clarifications for open houses. Now, is this going to be in different locations? Like, will this include the east side of Petaluma? Is it going to be virtual? Like, are y'all even considering, again, to do focus community groups such as LGBTQ, Black community members, focus groups? Will there be any sort of like gathering data during these, workshops or open houses? This is just crucial information to have, because as you've been paying attention to the Sonoma County redistricting, it's a mess in terms of community outreach. And I just think for Petaluma, it's just really, really crucial for community feedback, but specifically for our disenfranchised communities. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Ben Peters, followed by Sonoma County Conservation Council. Ben, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
What is the status of the Measure U committee? Having exhausted all other options of trying to get this answer from the city, I am asking it during general public comment. And if the Measure U committee is not going to meet this year, what are the implications of failing to meet the enabling ordinance? Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker we have is Sonoma County Conservation Council. I'll now allow you to speak. You can mute yourself and begin.
Thank you. This is Susan Kirks. I'm actually using the platform for Sonoma County Conservation Council. I had a comment in two areas. One is on the presentation for redistricting. I was wondering what additional languages the city plans to provide information in addition to Spanish. And also for the telephone number that is going to be available, will that be a phone number that an actual human voice will be on the other end of the line answering the call? And what will the language capabilities be for that particular communication method as well? The other area that I wanted to briefly comment on is to give an update on the Paula Lane open space habitat destruction and damage and displacement of the keystone species, special status mammal, American badger, from its longstanding habitat. As biologist Kim Fitz, who's an expert mammal biologist and the biologist of record for the property, communicated, and as I also had communicated, and now there's an additional biological opinion from Dr. Sean Smallwood. The badgers were displaced on June 16th directly as a result of the city's actions, and the badgers remain displaced. It's very tragic, and it is very important to acknowledge errors and to trust accurate biological information and to make changes so that the American badger can return to the property where it is the keystone species and protected. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, that is the last public speaker that we have.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close general public comment, and we will go to council comment. So I will start with Council Member McDonald.
Thank you very much. I know we abbreviated all of our comments at our last meeting because it was after midnight. Hopefully we don't extend too much tonight and have that same issue. Let's see. We have had continuum of care meetings over this period. I think the highlight of that is that our homeless winter shelter that the city and COTS are opening up has been recommended for the county board to fund a big chunk of that. And so, I mean, I'm happy that the city staff is pushing hard on that. And I'm happy that the continuum of care is supporting that recommendation through to the county. And then the PBAC has also met over this same period, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Good discussions about active transportation. Hopefully, and the distinction was there's a plan for 5 years and there's a plan for 20 years, a general plan, 20 years. Hopefully we get a lot of things going in the active transportation in the next 5 years. And there's a schedule on what gets done each month. It was posted to us. So the PBAC is very active in that. And then there was an update on the free range program and whether the restaurant programs that have been started up over COVID will extend, and hopefully all the council and all the city will appreciate what's going on that front. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I just want to announce that we have 31 people in attendance today, which is lower than usual, but actually somewhat rewarding since it's very difficult for people to get on today. So I meant to announce that at the beginning of council comment. So now we will go to Council Member Healy.
Thank you. Just two things briefly. The Airport Commission met, and aside from the usual operational and improvement issues that were discussed, we did get one complaint from a member of the public talking about overflights of aircraft taking off over the Kings Mill neighborhood. There is new signage that's being put in asking pilots to take off straight up to an elevation of 1,500 feet. And I saw an email from the airport manager to that member of the public today explaining that. And then secondly, I wanted to, regarding the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, there was a meeting recently of the liaisons from each of the 3 Sonoma County GSAs, and I'm the one from Petaluma to the rate consultants. And as a result of that, I asked staff to agendize for our second meeting in January a presentation by the rate consultants, so the council, if it wishes, can provide me direction on what option to support when that comes back to the GSA in February. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've had a couple of assignment meetings. One was the North Bay Water Reuse Authority Board of Directors met, It was fairly uneventful meeting, but we are reinstating the Technical Advisory Committee, which is essentially made up of, as I understand it, staff from the agencies to really work on identifying projects and vetting projects and coming up with sort of a bottom-up list of good quality projects to extend our recycled water infrastructure. And that's sort of gearing up for anticipated funding coming from the federal government and potentially even from the state from the surplus. Parks and Rec also met. Not much to report out of that meeting, except for we had a nice showing from the Midtown residents, and we're gonna, in support of seeking a formula grant to basically upgrade Kenilworth Park. And so I think that's actually on the tentative agenda for our next meeting is approving that grant application. Outside of my assignments, I also appreciated seeing the social media policy online. I appreciated talking to city staff about the redistricting downtown at the event on Sunday or Saturday. I'm pretty baffled by what's going on at Youngstown, and want to remind everybody in the public that we have the lighted boat parade this coming weekend on Saturday. So get your boats lit up and get them out there on the water. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for the reminder about the lighted boat parade. It's going to be good to know that Santa can make it all the way this go round, compared to at least one other occasion in the past. Sonoma Clean Power, my liaison reports, have met twice since we last spoke. A couple of things. One of the things that's happening is the agency is going to broaden its public relations push to communicate, to try to get out to the public and various groups to communicate not only what Sonoma Clean Power is, because it's not something that people really focus on too often, but what programs are available and what types of things can be available to consumers to lower their energy usage, their electric costs, and perhaps transfer some of their natural gas appliances over to electric within their homes. As part of that, they've asked the board members to reach out or provide a list that they can reach out to of groups within the community who might be interested in hearing these presentations. I've started to jot down a list of about 15 groups. So if anyone on the council or the public has a group that they want to recommend to me, I can get that to the folks over at Sonoma Clean Power. They'll probably be starting up after the holidays, but it's a good way to find out about one of your more important local agencies, particularly in the area of climate change and dealing with the climate crisis. Along those lines, I would hope that, and I'll be in touch with Councilmember Posake. I don't know if you'll be the Youth Commission rep next year, but I think the Youth Commission would be one of our potential locations for having a presentation, and perhaps some of the other committees and commissions, depending on their respective agendas. So that's something of importance. For the public, we had a presentation relating to electricity rates in the coming 2 years, 2022 and 2023. So I'm just going to go through the whole thing and hopefully it will make some sense. Because of the much higher than anticipated energy market prices in 2021, PG&E overcollected what is called its Power Charge Indifference Adjustment, or PCIA fee. And just so I can describe what that is, this is a fee that's intended to ensure that customers who switch to Sonoma Clean Power and other community choice aggregates in the last decade or so pay for certain costs related to energy commitments made by PG&E prior to the switch. That's something that's been in place for quite a while. The good news is that the PCIA charge for 2022 will drop, and customers in the Sonoma Clean Power region will have a total drop of about $70 million. The bad news is that we're likely to see a rise by around the same amount in 2023. It's kind of a whiplash effect. In January at the board meeting, the authority is going to present a plan to use some of the cash reserves from Sonoma Clean Power to offset the whiplash impact of these electric bills in 2023. So I will be reporting back on that next go around, and just something to keep an eye on. You probably won't hear from your constituents in 2022 when prices are down, but in 2023 that'll be an issue. And lastly, not a liaison report, but I, along with other council members, I saw Council Member Healy and Barnacle and Posake there, and then others may have been there. We're at the Rebuilding Together event on this past Friday to honor former council member, City Council member Jane Hamilton, the Executive Director of Rebuilding Together, on her 13 years of service to that agency. And I know Jane did a great job there, and it was a worthy send-off for her. So that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Fisher?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We did have a Planning Commission meeting last week, a study session to talk about firearm regulations, and I know that you all got a memo in regard to that meeting. And then the Sonoma County Transportation Authority and the Regional Climate Protection Agency hasn't had a meeting, but I sit on two of their ad hoc committees. Well, we only have two, and I sit on both of them. In this past couple of weeks, one is the Future Transit and the other is funding for climate. Future Transit met and got an update on the 3 transit agencies in Sonoma County and their desire to make the customer experience more seamless. And so we're taking steps toward that. And then the other one, in terms of funding for climate, exploring ways that we might be able to fund climate action measures in Sonoma County and make our CPA more robust. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had a Climate Action Commission meeting between the last meeting and this one, where the largest component was a presentation by our general plan consultants on the existing conditions reports. And that led to some discussion about our engagement, as well as several comments about more talk about reducing consumption as part of our response to our climate predicament. And secondly, I had a Health Action Council meeting, which was largely spent discussing the health action redesign, also referred to as 2.0, where there was a centering of the values of the new update, as well as two major points I would say are worthy of mention here. One is the transition out of the Sonoma County umbrella, if you will, making them an independent body that has representation from the county. And secondly, an effort to prioritize effort in actions over process, which there's a general feeling that that has not been done to date. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that our Vice Mayor has his hand up again.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. One of my comments escaped me because it came from a couple of meetings ago at Parks and Rec. We saw the existing conditions report and we gave a bunch of feedback, and I asked the question if it was the last time we were going to see the existing conditions report or whether the comments would be factored in and we would see a final existing conditions report. And I'm just wondering if we can get an update from staff on what the next steps are on reviewing and or finalizing the existing conditions report. I know I see it on our upcoming agenda as well, but for the commissions, I think it'd be nice to understand.
Okay, thank you. So I would just like to say in response to Zara Garcia that the December 13th, next Monday, is a city council workshop on district elections, and it will be on Zoom. And all the information about what kind of meetings are going to happen will be on our website. You know, whether some are virtual and some will be not mixed or hybrid. And I'm going to let our city manager deal with that. But I did want to say that you can find out the answer to those questions at our meeting on Monday. But did you want to say something right now, city manager?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, you said next Monday. Next Monday is our report out of our ad hoc community advisory.
You're right. I'm sorry.
That's all right. And the open house is virtual, especially given the new variant. And so we are having that'll be virtual, and we're looking at our open house, the following open house, to hopefully do it in kind of a hybrid mode, but we'll
Okay,
see on
thank
that.
you. Thank you for picking up that. I'm sorry I misspoke. And so I'm going to go on that. I also was able to attend Jane Hamilton's retirement, and I really have to piggyback on what Councilmember King said. You know, Jane Hamilton has transformed Rebuilding Together, which has been a tremendous force in our community of bringing people together to help people in a real Petaluma way. And that has actually been, she's done a wonderful job giving to our community at so many different levels, first as a council member and then to Rebuilding Together. And I also want to say I was able to attend the lighting of the hospice tree, which was really a very touching ceremony this year after a year of it being suspended. And having it at Walnut Park is really a terrific addition. And the community was very well represented at that event as well. On my liaisons, the Bay Area Quality Management is continuing with their diversity, equity, and inclusion workshops. And we just had our second one, and there is yet another one to come. They have been incredibly educational and informative, and are digging very deep and looking at really changing the way the district is moving forward. So that is a very good model as for other agencies in our area. So with that, I will ask our city manager. She has more to say, and perhaps there could be a response to Mr. Peters' question in general public comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I'll have our Assistant City Manager, Brian Cochran, weigh in on that once I'm done with my comments. And then we'll also circle back to the Vice Mayor's question about the existing conditions report. Just two things outside of, I just mentioned the ad hoc community advisory committee. Tracy Webb and staff will be bringing the report out from our ad hoc community advisory committee meetings on race relations and policing in Petaluma next Monday at a council workshop at 6 p.m. Also, as of this afternoon, the city has submitted its application for Project Home Key. This was a partnership between City, COTS, and Burbank Housing. This is regarding acquisition and rehabilitation of 60 units of permanent supportive housing. We're really excited. We are expecting to hear from HCD. It can take them up to 60 days to review the application and make a funding determination. But our initial score was very high. So we have strong hopes that this is a very competitive project and got full support from the county, and we're really excited about that. Want to also mention that the PEP housing, senior and veteran housing project on 915 Petaluma Boulevard South They will start accepting applications on January 3rd, and their website is pephousing.org. Residents are expected to move in by next June. So we will have information on our website and we'll help PEP promote that. But applications will start being accepted right after the beginning of the new year. And that'll be it for my comments tonight. Thank you. Oh, Brian Cochran, can you weigh in on the Measure U committee? There's your face. And then Heather.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Yeah, so the Measure U committee is intended to meet twice annually. I don't think the resolution, or excuse me, the ordinance or the policy establishing the committee specifies whether that is per calendar year, per fiscal year, but the intent of the committee is that there is a annual review of the full year fiscal year's expenditures under the Measure U sales tax, and then a mid-year kind of check-in report. And so this particular year, because it was our first year still getting kicked off, both of those meetings are going to end up landing in next calendar year, so 2022. We did recently poll all of the members. I believe those dates are set. One is going to be in January, one will be in March. As we get into more of a rhythm, we can definitely tweak when those meetings are occurring. But in terms of how long it takes to get end of year results, to get the full audit done, to be able to produce a quality annual report that summarizes the full year, it is unfortunately 5, 6, 7 months after the end of the fiscal year before we can get that first report in. So that's why that first meeting isn't happening of the Measure U committee until January. But thereafter, we do fully intend to make sure that we are meeting the letter and intent of the ordinance and getting those 2 meetings in per year to make sure that the committee can review our results with Measure U. Thank you.
And was someone going to get back to the vice mayor?
I think that's me. Good evening,
Okay.
Mayor Barrett, council members. So with regard to the existing condition report, so we have finished going to all of our boards, committees, commissions to discuss the existing condition report and to solicit feedback. We are sorting through all of the feedback we received, both from the CCBs and members of the public, looking at all of those comments to determine what is appropriate to actually change in the existing condition report, which was more related to an issue that came up in response to the existing condition report, and that will inform the discussion as we get into alternatives or policies. So we're not taking the existing condition reports back to each of the CCBs, but it is coming before the council for acceptance by the council, and it will include a summary of those comments and proposed changes that are being made to the existing conditions report.
And thank you, Heather. And I would just add that we will make sure that we circle back with the CCBs with the link to the existing conditions report and their feedback.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will end the city manager's report and move on into the agenda. And I did just receive a text from someone who couldn't access a item on our agenda because the city website is down. So I'm just going to restate that for those people who've joined later, the city website is down, and so you may not be able to access things that are on the city website at this point for the meeting. So we apologize for that, but we are going forward. And now we're going to be dealing with approval of the minutes for November 15th. Is there anyone, any changes? Not seeing any hands. The minutes will be approved as received. And we will move on to approval of the proposed agendas for Monday, December 13, and workshop, and the regular meeting of December 20th. And I see Vice Mayor Barnacle has his hand up.
Yeah, I'll move the tentative agendas.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Barnacle, second by King, and we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
and Posake.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're on to the consent calendar. And we have items 3A through J. And I would like to ask that item 3E be removed. Is there anyone else on the council who would like to remove an item from Vice Mayor Barnacle? No, you have your hand up. Council Member Posake?
Yeah, I was also asking to remove item 3E, please.
Okay, fine, thank you. Is there anyone on the council who would like to speak to items A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, or J? Not seeing any comments, so I will ask our Deputy City Clerk to see if there's been any public comment on those items.
There have been a total of 5 public comments.
Okay, thank you. And I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak on any item on the consent calendar except item E.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment on the consent calendar must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Just a reminder, this is on items on the consent calendar, but for 3E, that will be held shortly after. First speaker that we have is Michelle McGarry. Michelle, you're now allowed to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Okay, I think you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to thank you again for the consideration of the tobacco retail license ordinance in the city of Petaluma. Kind of getting a little choked up. Been working really hard, about 3 years, to get this done along with Impact Sonoma. I am Michelle from the Center for Wellbeing. And again, I'm going to reiterate that it's time to put further measures in place to keep these products less accessible to our young people. You know, there's such a use of these products, and I'm so glad you're doing something to remedy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And Madam Mayor, that is the last speaker that we have.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close public comment. And the city manager just reminded me that the city Facebook and Nextdoor have access to the reports for today's agenda. So if people who usually rely on the website have access to social media, they can get an access through those links. So with that, I will ask for a motion on the consent calendar. Councilmember Posake? You have your hand up. Did you want to make a motion on the consent calendar for all the items except E?
I'll move to move the consent calendar.
Except for item E.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And Councilmember Fisher?
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and by Posake and a second by Fisher, and we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
and Posake.
Yes.
The vote passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we will go to item 3E. And I asked to have this taken off because I had concerns about the fact that the city estimator, our city public utilities and public works department, estimated this project in the $150,000 range. and 3 bids were considered responsive bids. And 2 of them were in that neighborhood, and one of them, the one that is being recommended for us to take or to receive, is only 1/3 of that amount. And that alone causes me to wonder why there is such a significant difference between what our professional estimator thinks the job costs, what the other respondents thought it costs, and yet this other company is much lower. And reading further into the staff report, the company that is the one that we are selecting also has only been doing this kind of work. They have done other work, but this kind of work, they have a track record that is only 2 years old. And given that we've been in a pandemic for most of those 2 years, I don't know how we are able to find out how the municipalities where that work was done assess the quality of the work done by this company, because there's not much of a track record. And it just, I have a very serious level of concern about whether or not this is a smart decision on our part. So I submitted those questions to council, to staff, and I'm having difficulty getting my head around why everything is so off from what this bid is. I also would like to ask Councilmember Posake, since he also wanted to take this off, what if he had other concerns.
Am I up, Teresa?
You're up.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the responses to some of the questions that the staff sent out earlier today, and that answered several of my questions. However, I just wanted to get back to a little bit more discussion about the mention in the sort of addendum to the staff report about a sort of implied there was a new technology perhaps that this one company had developed access to that perhaps the others hadn't. And my main question now is a little more discussion of how likely that is, because that might convince me that this is the right thing to do.
Sure, I can chime in on that.
Wait, before we go to staff on that, let's get all the questions up first, and then we can ask staff and the city attorney to weigh in, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I see Vice Mayor Barnacle, and then Councilmember Healy, and then Councilmember McDonald have their hands up. So in that order.
Yeah, my question overarching is, why is one bid $100,000 less than the others? That's my overarching, and I'd like to understand differences in labor costs and differences in product costs, technology costs. I understand there was a base bid, but I can't tell whether the other bidders included the base bid in their bid, or the base bid plus alternate. Can't tell whether the other bidders included the alternate in their bid. I don't recall seeing much about warranty in there. And then my other question is, why aren't we using the utility on-bill financing program for this? Why are we using our money instead of someone else's money that has 0% interest? So those are my questions, and I might have others after I get the answers to those.
Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I guess 2 things. First is I'm looking to the city attorney for what kind of discretion the council has in approving or not approving a bid award, and to what extent it's really ministerial. And then second question relatedly is, what's our downside if we award it to someone who can't perform? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
I think we all share so many of the same concerns here. But let me just start by saying, I'm sure glad we're coming around to this. This project has been in the queue for a while. And we've got letters to that effect from the user groups, especially the old guy user group out there. But this is great. My question is, did we ask and receive from the low bid contractor his confirmation that there was no arithmetic error or other reason that he could be offered an exit without a bond being pulled or anything like that? And my other question is, what are the restrictions in the contract regarding impacts to users? Like my fellow council members have asked, how long will this take? Will they set the equipment on the field? Will they work during daylight hours and be, off in the afternoon? What have we done to make sure that their impact of this project, any contractor, is minimizing the impact to the user groups? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I will ask either our Public Works staff member or the city attorney. I'm not sure if the city attorney thinks he should go first, or if we'd like to hear from the Public Works staff first.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to start if I may, because I'll be able to respond to Councilmember Healy's question and also just provide the legal framework. And then I think it will be helpful for staff to answer some of those more detailed questions about how they went about setting up those solicitation and then reviewing it to determine which, about the low responsive and responsible bids. So if I may start with the framework, the state law and also our charter are very clear on the council's quite limited options for responding to the solicitation and contemplating award of a contract in response. I don't know that I would go so far as to say it's ministerial, but it's close. In response to Councilmember Healy's question, what the law provides is that if the council is to make an award in response to the solicitation, it must do so to the lowest responsive bid submitted by a responsible bidder. And those are legal terms of art that have definitions in the public contract code and the case law. The responsive bids are those that do what the bidding instructions require, the complete submissions. Responsiveness is something determinable from the face of the bid. Responsibility is a different thing. It goes to the fitness of the bidder to perform the work. They must be licensed as required by that particular solicitation. They must have adequate staffing, experience, equipment, etc. Bounding capacity as necessary to complete the work. So as long as a bid is responsive and the bidder of that bid is responsible as defined in the law, then the council can either award to that bidder or reject all bids and make no award. Those are really the two options. And I want to provide a little bit further clarification about the way responsibility works. It's very clear from the case law that's not a question of, it's not a continuum. It's not like who's the most responsible. It's just a question of whether the bidder is responsible or not. And there's some due process that attaches to those determinations by the city council, both regarding to responsiveness and responsibility. Before the council can find that a bid is not responsive, some limited due process has to be awarded to the bidder. They have to be informed that their bid may be found not responsive, and they have to be offered the opportunity to submit materials addressing their responsiveness. No bidder after the bid opening is permitted to alter their bid, but bidders can submit information that they feel might be relevant to address the responsiveness of the bid. Responsibility is a greater due process rights attached to that, because responsibility goes to a bidder's reputation, business reputation, and ability to perform work for other contracts. And before a bidder may be found not responsible, they're entitled to notice and a responsibility hearing, which is an informal evidentiary hearing. so that they can submit, that they're entitled to information that may be the basis for them to be found not responsible, so that they can address it and to submit evidence of their responsibility. And that hearing is to be before a neutral decision maker. None of these due process type notices have been provided to the bidders involved in this solicitation. So there is no opportunity for the council to make either determination tonight. If it were inclined to want to direct staff regarding responsiveness, to take further action regarding responsiveness or responsibility, this item would have to be continued so that we can satisfy those requirements. So let's see, I'm just looking at my notes on the other issues that the council asked about. As I see them, they were asking about the difference, the delta in difference of the bids submitted, whether the low bidder, apparent low bidder, was able to submit their bid based on certain technology. The issue of prevailing wages or labor cost was raised. I will say that the requirement to pay prevailing wages is throughout the solicitation materials and the contract documents that the city uses. So all the bidders are on notice that that this is the prevailing wage project and prevailing wages must be paid, and those records must be made available on request, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of requirements. And Councilmember McDonald asked about how the project was going to be structured, what the working days were, so that there are minimal impacts on the city's, the users of the field. The Vice Mayor asked about why we weren't using unbilled financing, and asked about warranties. With respect to warranties, that I can address, and then I'll ask staff to answer the more detailed questions. And that is, there are also very detailed warranty requirements that are part of the insurance requirements, and also part of the warranty requirements that are built into the project specifications. So in the end of the project, we'll receive all those manufacturer warranties. There will be guarantees that are bonded by the general contractor, by their surety, that the project will perform as specified, and that is security that the city can draw upon if there's a breach of any of those warranties. So thank you. I'll be happy to answer any more council questions if they have them, if those exist, but I think it's probably best if there aren't council questions now for the staff to start answering some of those more detailed questions about this particular solicitation and the review of it before bringing it to the council. Thanks.
Okay, before we go to staff, I see that the city manager also has her hand up. So I would actually like to see if she has something she'd like to add at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add two things. One, my understanding is that we financed our larger LED streetlight project through the on-bill financing, and this project was added to that larger one. So a portion is financed through the on-bill financing mechanism. And I would also say, before staff weighs in on their process, that staff did do a thorough, they were also surprised at the difference, and they'll walk you through exactly what the due diligence that staff always does when we are receiving bids that may seem a little off, and especially during this time when we're getting new folks on board, we've got extra eyes. So I want to give a shout out to Josh Minchell, who has done a great job at doing his due diligence. But I'm assuming I'm going to kick it off to Gina and then Josh will pick up. Thank you.
Okay, we already had Ken had raised his hand to speak or start to speak, but do you want to wait for, do you want to speak now, Ken, or do you want to go behind Gina? Nobody's answering.
Sorry, this is Gina. I was muted.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
It was actually Josh who had raised his hand and was starting to speak. It wasn't Ken. And Josh is our project manager for this project and has had the most direct dealings with the contractor, Shacktown, and with the bid process from beginning to end. So I'm going to defer a lot of these responses because his information is firsthand and mine would be secondhand. But I can tell you, as Peggy mentioned, that our team did quite a bit of work to vet these bids and this contractor and what is being proposed, their ability to perform the work, and their responsiveness. And we're confident we would not have brought this forward, of course, if we weren't confident in that. And Josh, in punting to you, my list of questions has to do with first and foremost cost discrepancies and explaining that. We should talk a little bit about, actually Eric addressed prevailing wage and labor, and you could speak to the base bid and alternate, confirming that we're apples to apples from all bidders on the way that was proposed by each. We've talked about on-bill financing, technology. You might want to talk a little bit about the approach on Sacktown's proposal. And I believe it was Council Member McDonald had questions about the downside. And if this were awarded to a non-responsive bidder, and I think Eric has covered that, but if not, we can come back to that. And then definitely want to talk about, Josh, if we addressed with the contractor, their responsiveness and their ability to defend their numbers, and that no mistakes were claimed or made. And then talking about minimizing impacts to users during construction. And I think that's the end of my list. And I hope you kept a list too, Josh, in case I missed something. And punt it back to me if we've missed something. And with that, Josh Minshaw, one of our senior engineers in our Public Works CIP program, senior civil engineer, and our project manager. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Gina. I'll just run through quickly the process. So when we set up the notifications, those are posted on the city website, in the newspaper. We did have a pre-bid meeting on site. The contractors who bid on the project were all there in attendance, asked questions, observed the field conditions, the pole conditions, the light conditions, looked at the controllers, asked informed questions. So during that meeting, it was our feeling that they were all qualified in how they presented and looked at the project. They go through a process where they can submit for requests for information, where we can answer additional questions in writing. We did issue addendums to address those. And once we opened the bids, we did have the same concerns as all of you. We were pleasantly surprised to have such a low bid, a great value to the city. And so we did reach out directly to Sacktown contractors to confirm that that was in fact their intended price, which they did confirm verbally. I have since followed up with an email to have that documented. They have confirmed that yes, that is in fact not an error, that they do not wish to amend or withdraw their bid, and that they are confident that they can install and complete the project on time. The project does allow for a long lead time. We know that there were some shipping delays and things that had potential, and they won't be ordering the product until after they receive the award of the contract and notice to proceed. With that, they anticipated about 4 weeks. That was a pretty good lead time for the product. And then installation, maybe a week or so. The actual installation could go faster, but as we know in engineering that things could come up that we don't foresee and could take a little bit of extra time. As far as the impacts to the field, they will be working during the day to use daylight hours. So obviously we won't want people on the field at the same time for safety reasons. And while those lights are in the process of being replaced, they won't be turned on to have adequate lighting to allow for use at night. So essentially during that work, I think it would be appropriate for the field to be closed. And we will need to coordinate that through Parks and Rec, provide adequate noticing until we have the schedule from the contractor to nail down that precise time. We don't know yet. But we will do everything that we can to minimize the impacts to the users of the field.
Josh, can I also ask that we share with council and the community the references we received from other jurisdictions who have utilized this contractor?
Yes. So we have, when we reached out to check the references, we received a quick response from City of Mountain View, and they had nothing but pleasant things to say, recommended them, and actually had given them subsequent work, which is a strong endorsement in my mind for why they believe that that contractor had value. They installed on time. They took the project to completion, and I think with the added value of project savings, they were able to get more work done than was originally anticipated. Contra Costa Water District has also used them with an initial project, which was completed, and they have then gone back and contracted with them to do additional and ongoing work. So there are two examples of municipalities that have used this contractor on multiple projects, both very satisfied with their work. We did receive additional feedback from two other agencies who were both pleased with them, but we were not able to have as much of a dialogue with them as we'd like. And, you know, without having any, you know, negative things to say, I think that in this time frame, I think that tells us a lot of, you know, the competency of the contractor to deliver a project as bid on time.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there's questions from the Vice Mayor and also from Councilmember Kosake, or comments. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so I had a question that was, what specifically is different between the bids in terms of labor and technology? And I still haven't gotten that answered. And that's, when I see a bid that's this different, that's like the first thing I want to know, and I still don't know that. So can someone answer that question specifically? How does the pricing differ between the first and the second lowest bidder?
The bids were, the schedule for the bids was a lump sum price for each of the items. So we did not receive detailed labor costs, whereas it is included the product and the labor for installation as one price. That simplifies the bidding process for the contractors. And in regards to the technology, my best example would be our recent project with the tennis courts and pickleball courts, where a new supplier provided the LED lights and gave a good deal to the contractor who passed those savings on to the city. We were estimating similar to the full price, not the deal price, for this project. And the bids that we received appeared to be a full price for an established product, with the exception of Sacktown Contractors, who had a different product with similar or equitable standards that could be a better deal. However, we don't get into the details of the actual price of the product versus the actual cost of the labor when it's a lump sum price.
Okay, so in the response that we got, somewhere in there I read that it was a difference in technology that they were using, and I still don't know that. So it, like, that's where, if I were vetting this bid, I would want to know how the prices break out. I work on bids all the time, and this is alarming. The other thing that comes up to me here is, a couple months ago, we did a slurry sealing contract phase 1, and then we did a no bid contract extension for a phase 2. And I'm wondering if there's other lighting projects or other types of electrical projects that are coming. It's like our citywide facilities audit and energy program here. You know, we had couple $100,000 in our capital budget this year for an energy program. And one reason why a bidder in this case, while they'll do this, is they'll call it a lost leader. And you basically come in to win the first bid, knowing that you're going to get extended and change ordered. And I'm wondering, is there other lighting, electrical work that's coming up that could happen here? Because I'm not hearing anything to explain why we're $100,000 under.
I honestly think that would be a question for the contractor, and I don't know that they would be required to tell you the full detail of why they came in so low. I can tell you that the product is that they have listed is a Mester product. It has similar characteristics to the ones that we've used before. It has a warranty of 5 years, which can be extended to 10 years.
Did we get the 10-year? Are we getting the 10-year warranty? Is that what's proposed? Because I think our loan would go beyond the 10 years. We'd be paying the loan back beyond the warranty term. If that's the case.
The lifespan that was specified would be for a 5-year warranty typical. We anticipate that it will last longer based on usage. And so we could, if you wanted to, seek out a longer warranty. However, that's not what was bid.
I would just like to add that the contractor has met all of our specifications. So I don't think anything's been looked over, but we do have the contractor in the audience, Mayor, if we want to call on them.
Yes, I see that. Thank you very much. So maybe we'll hold these questions and see if the contractor can respond, but there's 2 other people who have questions. So let's get to those. If the Vice Mayor is done for now. Okay, and then I'll go to Councilmember Posake and Councilmember Healy, and then we will go to the public comment.
Yes, I'm just looking for a way to as the Vice Mayor, looking for a way to understand how this could come about. I was wondering, and perhaps the contractor can answer this question, but I was wondering if when we specified that the average foot candle amount across the field be 30 to 50 foot candles, and the accepted bid was an average of 31.8. I just wondered if the other contractors' calculations had come out 29.8 for that particular style of light, and so now we were getting an average of 50 or 60 foot candles from this Is there any comparison? Do we have those numbers for the other contractors that weren't accepted?
We do have some of them, yes. They were all within that range. As you know, we reviewed them. We did not require a full design of the field until we award the project. So the engineered stamped version is yet to come. However, we anticipate that if we were to award to Sacktown, that it would be very similar, if not exactly the same as what they've already shown. The foot candles, while we did specify the range of 30 to 50, during our pre-bid meeting, we did discuss that there is residential areas nearby and that these poles are very tall, and we wanted to be respectful of the neighbors as to not go on the high side of that range if possible.
That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So based on Mr. Danley's advice, I think we have three options tonight. We can award this contract, we can reject all bids, or we can continue the item. I'm prepared to move to award the bid, but I will wait to do that until after the contractors have an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I don't see any other hands up from council members. And so I will ask our deputy city clerk if she's received any correspondence on this item.
We have, Madam Mayor, 3 comments.
Okay, thank you. And so then I will ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in the attendance who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise your virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. As a reminder, this item or this comment is for 3E. And Madam Mayor, at this point, the only hand raised is the applicant, or it's Sacktown contractors. Do you want to give 3 minutes or allow them to answer the questions?
I think 3 minutes, and hopefully they will be available to answer further questions if council would like to do that.
Sounds good. Thank you. Tanya, I now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening, everyone. With Sacktown Contractors. I am one of the owners of Sacktown Contractors. We are approaching our 3rd year being in business. While we were in COVID, we still operated and have gone on different jobs and projects and are continuing to do so. We are very confident in the work that we do and this project that we are bidding on with City of Petaluma. When it comes to the questions regarding the difference in the price bid, we have been working with the manufacturer that we proposed the light fixtures from for quite a few years, to where we have a lot of ongoing projects and past projects, and we worked with them and we were able to obtain a great price. And the lights that are proposed in the bid documents are the lumens and the wattage that is to meet the requirements in the bid. When it comes to the photometrics, we kept that in mind. And obviously, as we've talked before, and it's been brought up before, neighbors and the concern for that. And the photometrics that were presented in the bid packet were generalized based on what the bid documents had called upon. And when we were discussing the bid with the city staff, we are going to be working with the city and providing options once the award is given. Still working with the same manufacturing company and having just a few options for you to consider and take a look at the photometrics option of it. We are a smaller company in the sense of manpower. We have a team of 7. We operate from our home office, so our overhead is quite a bit different than a lot of the other companies. And I believe with that in mind, and having a manufacturer that we worked with for many years before even starting Sacktown, That is how we're able to bid low on these projects. And we're currently working on exactly similar project in City of Wheatland and Nevada City as well, and exactly the same manufacturer. So we're confident in our job and in the lighting and the photometrics, and are more than willing to work with the city to provide any document or backup information. And then also I want to say that the lights that were proposed in our bid packet actually do have a 10-year warranty on. And the bid documents only called for 5 years, and I think that's where that discrepancy was. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. This is the mayor, and I would like to ask you, would you be willing to answer some questions if council members have some direct questions for you?
Yes.
Thank you. So please hold on. Don't get off right now. So let me go back to see if anybody on the council has a question, or if they.
And Madam Mayor, at this point, there's no other hands raised, so I would probably close public comment.
Okay, well, I would like to leave public comment open just in case something is brought up, since she is actually in public comment. I think that might be a little dicey to close it. So I'll leave it open for 1 minute to see if there's anybody. I do see our Public Works Gina has her hand up, but I'm not sure she wants to speak. Or did you want to have a question for the contractor? No.
I did not have a question for the contractor. I had a comment. I can wait.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Well, thank you. Since I didn't see anyone else is raising their hands, I was going to go ahead and move the item, but I see Mr. Barnacle has his hand raised now. I'll still move the item.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Yeah. Can you say what manufacturer you're using? And then also with respect to cleaning up the poles and addressing the rust on the poles and things like that, can you talk about the process for that? What level of staff you'll be using, that sort of thing?
I think that's directed to you, Ms. Privalov.
Sorry, my reception keeps cutting out. I heard questions regarding manufacturing and the on-site cleanup, I think it was. Manufacturing's Master LED Incorporated, who's been in business for, I believe, over 10 years. And with the on-site cleanup, we will be working according to the schedule that most fits the city. That's #1 priority. And at the end of every work day, we do make sure that the site is left safe, that there's no any lights or debris left on site. So at the end of every day, everything gets cleaned up.
No, sorry, I think I cut out there with you. I was asking about remediating the rust on the poles. What level of staff would be doing the bulk of the work, I guess?
I'm not sure that we haven't lost her.
And Mayor, it looks like we lost her, but another one of her, she popped up again, so I just allowed her to speak. Tanya, you're there? Tanya, you can unmute and answer if you're there.
That's a different Tanya, Aaron.
Yeah, that's Tanya Parnak you're looking at, I think.
My apologies, thought that was the same person. It looks like we did lose her then.
Okay, well, okay, that's unfortunate. But I guess with that, then we will close public comment on this item unless she gets back, is able to get back into the queue. And we'll allow our moderator to advise us of that if we haven't made a decision by that time. Okay, so I'm going to actually go to Gina Benedetti Petnick, and then we'll come back to Councilmember Posake and King.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to, as you're contemplating your actions, I know that Drew Halter and the recreation program for the fields would be deeply impacted by any large delays, any significant delays. And I just wanted to see if, I know Drew is on, and wanted to ask him if he could speak a little bit to the programming for these fields and what the impacts are, what the safety issues are, just so that we have that background context. And then I was gonna also ask Josh if he could provide a response to Vice Mayor Barnacle's question about poll prep. And I think that's it. Thank you. Thanks, Drew.
Yeah, thank you, Gina. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Just real quickly, appreciate the discussion and the due diligence that you all are undertaking. The public comments received on this item, I think, illustrate it well. We're very fortunate to have this being our first, but our fourth in total synthetic all-weather field. As Councilmember McDonald kind of attested to, they're programmed all the time, and we're right now entering a peak season, and that season usually extends through February. And at this point, these are programmed from 5 to 10 p.m. Lucchese Field in particular is really beneficial. It's a little wider than our fields over at PCSF, and especially benefits the older adult groups. But we are at that crossroads. We've lost less than 50% of our halogen bulbs currently in operation. So delays will hurt us, and we do anticipate, regardless of action taken tonight, that we are going to have to reduce field time at Lucchese come January. And so we're at the kind of crossroads, and very fortunate that we've got 3 synthetic fields that we can move programs off to. But those programs include prioritizing our resident youth leagues, and before pushing it into our adult and non-resident adult leagues. So unfortunately, it's also the adults that recreate that are going to kind of be at the end of the line here. And with that, I'll give it back to you, May. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing that. And I will go to Councilmember Posake, Councilmember King, and then Vice Mayor Barnacle. You are on mute, Councilmember Posake.
I'm sorry. It sounds like what I'm understanding now, and it may be a question for Josh from Ms. Privilov, is that it's not technology at all, but it's low overhead and a good price from the supplier. Is that a correct interpretation for anyone on Public Works or Parks?
I think that's a good factor. The technology is just the general cost of these products has come down over time. More has become available, and these established manufacturers are able to source better products for an affordable price. And they can continue that.
I'm sorry.
And they can continue their relationships with these contractors and pass that on.
And that must not come up very often, though, I guess, or is it coming up more? Because it was mentioned in regards to another recent project, and yet, it seems like it can't be that common. Our engineers or our engineers bid wouldn't have been at that high level.
We used a standard pricing based on past experience. We had the other city project that came in much lower than expected based on a new product that was available. This contractor is coming in with a different product at a very competitive price.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate all of the information provided by staff and understand why we're having this discussion. It is unusual to get a bid that substantially low, but I have been satisfied by the answers both presented in the staff report on questions earlier in the day, as well as is what's been discussed tonight. And I'll second the motion to move the item.
Thank you. And so we have a motion by Healy and a second by King. And we'll go on to Vice Mayor Barnacle and Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I still just am, I don't feel like I'm satisfied with the why we're not using the on-bill financing program for one, and why, it doesn't look like we're using it from here at least. I'm certainly not satisfied with the description of the project that I'm getting. So I'm not going to support this.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate the direct replies to my questions from staff, and that helps me with the confidence I need to support this. And I do have a few others questions. We mentioned that there's lead time items, and so the contractor can't start work till all the product shows on the site. I'd like to have confidence that I don't need an answer that they won't be. And then I guess there is a question about what is the total time and the liquidated damages? Is it a 30-day contract with $1,000 a day liquidated damages to staff?
Who's
This is Josh.
Oh, okay, thank you.
The contract was set up with a 45 working day schedule that provided a long lead time available. Based on the contractor's bid statement, they believed that it would be about a 4-week delivery time, and then could be scheduled for construction right after that. As far as the liquidated damages, we use city standard amounts for that, and I would need to get to that portion of our documents to find out.
Thank you. If you're using the standards, that's a perfect answer. Because the evaluation is do we worry that we get one foot in with a contractor who can't get the job done, and everything indicates that this is the magnitude of project that we can't get into if we don't know we're getting out of. So the risk is quite small. I am concerned that there'd be a performance test on the photometrics, that the lighting is what it says it is, because darkening it won't help. And just for a bit of levity, it says that we're saving money, but if our existing lights are half out now and we get half off on new lighting costs, I think we're washing. So we're not really ahead on cost, but we're fabulously ahead on this project going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, I'm going to weigh in. I actually am not really confident with this contractor. I really do feel that we don't have a track record for them, but I also am hearing from our city attorney that that's not the legal definition of responsible. And so I see us as having our hands tied at some point. And I think, as Councilmember Healy said, this does feel a lot more ministerial than it actually does feel like a council vote. I don't really see that, you know, that we don't have an option that doesn't actually impact our community in a bad way. And, you know, however we vote on this, whether we delay it, that's not going to help our community, or whether we go ahead with this and we take a gamble and we lose on that gamble, that also doesn't help us. So I feel I have two bad choices here, and I'm going to go with trusting staff that we have actually made, done the due diligence that is needed, and that this is a reputable contractor. But I have real concerns about that when the bid comes in at 300% less than what the estimate is. So, City Attorney?
I just was going to add, Madam Mayor, that is a big delta. but we have a performance bond that is guaranteeing the delivery of the work for the working days awarded for the price bid. And staff, you've seen their due diligence, and if we had questions on our part, we'd have asked them of staff too. And I feel that the staff review has been thorough. So there's very significant protections for the city regarding obtaining this work for the price bid. And you heard the contractor indicate the contract requires them to pass the manufacturer warranties to the city. So that's not even going to be a negotiation item. It sounds like we're going to get double the specified warranty on the product, which is great. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
I just want to weigh in that I do trust our staff and their due diligence and the contractor. And sort of surprised this conversation has been going on as long as it has. But so I will be supporting it. And I had one other thing, but I've forgotten what it is now. So thank you. Oh, and the fact that all the other cities had great things to say about the contractor, I think that speaks well for them.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Yeah, well, I won't be supporting it. I would definitely like to see some sort of more detailed data collection on the wages that they're paying the people who are doing this work. I hope that we can get clarity on that as we go through this.
The city attorney would like to weigh in on that.
We know what the answer is. They're going to be paying prevailing wages. So it's going to be the approved wage scales for all the trades that are utilized on the project. And I can't give you more detail than that, but we can, staff can provide what are the wage rates, and they will be paid, or penalties and enforcement can result from the Division of Labor Standards Enforcement.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have a motion by Healy, a second by King, and we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Nope.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Hosake. The item passes with Barnacle voting no.
Okay, thank you. And now we're on to new business. And at this point, I would like to also point out that we have 18 people in attendance on this Zoom meeting from the public. So with that, we go to new business, and item 4A is discuss, provide direction regarding final extension of suspension of specified fiscal year 2022 annual consumer price index wastewater fee increases for remainder of fiscal year. And Assistant City Manager Brian Cochran will be leading this off.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. This item before you tonight is seeking discussion and direction regarding the wastewater utility rates and the CPI increase that would be scheduled to go into place automatically on January 1st, absent any additional suspensions directed by the city council. And so, as you may recall, this is now the fourth time that we've been before you discussing these utility rate CPI suspensions. We originally were before you at the beginning of the pandemic to try to ease the burden of rising costs on a community during the economically challenging times that we were all experiencing, providing immediate financial assistance by suspending already pre-scheduled fee increases. And then again, December of 2020, the council approved the full suspension of the, and I should say, sorry, CPI, Consumer Price Index, meaning an annual inflator escalator on our costs. In December of 2020, the council approved a full CPI suspension for both water and wastewater through June of 2021. And that rate increase typically would have gone into place the prior July. So it's a full year's suspension. We then returned in May of this year and received additional direction regarding these rate adjustments for the current fiscal year that we're in now, fiscal year 22. And the council again approved a suspension of the annual increase for wastewater rates for the first 6 months. We did allow the water rate increase to go into effect. And that suspension increase was through December 31st of this year, so it's coming up quickly upon us. Given that many are still facing financial challenges due to the pandemic, we're here before you again to get your guidance and direction on whether or not the council is interested in an additional CPI extension or suspension for the wastewater fund through the end of this fiscal year through June of 2022. So our finance department has done some analysis of our customer accounts and the statuses of those accounts, and overall, just some kind of global statistics about our utilities. 95% of our customers are making timely payments and their accounts are in good standing. So a little under 5% of the city's utility accounts are unpaid and they have some type of past due account, which is what we could anticipate to be related to the pandemic. Although it's hard to know for sure, you know, individual reasons why folks may or may not be paying their bills, but we are pretty confident that most of this is due to the pandemic. We continue to offer payment plans, so folks can call the city directly and get onto a payment plan to try to take care of their arrearage. And another program that I wanted to mention, which I believe we've talked about during some of these conversations over the past year and a half, is that the State Water Board did just recently approve a back due payment program, or I should say compensation really to the cities or to the water suppliers for the water portion only of their delinquent bills. And so we have applied for this program. We do expect to get word back from the state in the next few months. And just to reiterate, that program is currently, as we understand it, for water bills only. So the wastewater portion of the bill which is about 60% of the overall bill, is not currently included in that program and would still remain delinquent. So we did also have this discussion back when we were talking about the ARPA funds and how we were going to use those. And as council will recall, staff's initial recommendation on the ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan, was to use about 600,000 of those funds to help pay off this backlog of delinquent utility bills. So moving forward, we did present two main options for the council in your package. Our goal really was to consider both the cost increase on the customer side, as well as the revenue impact to the city's wastewater fund. So basically, the two options are option one, which would suspend the CPI adjustment through June 30 of 2022. The monthly bill would not change, and the customers would continue to get that extra savings through June of 2022. Option two is no additional suspension of the increase. And so at that point, the increased or escalated wastewater fees would go into effect beginning February 1st, which would mean about a $6 per month increase to the average customer's bill. So those are really the two options before you tonight. If the council does not want to move forward with an additional suspension, there's no action required. That will just automatically happen based on the resolution passed the last time from council. Whereas if you do want to go with an additional suspension of the wastewater increase, you would need to adopt the resolution that was attached to the staff report. There are impacts to the wastewater fund. Obviously, if we have lower rates, we're collecting less revenue. That means that we will be not collecting what we had expected to collect. So there are impacts there potentially on that overall fund balance and the reserves that we're carrying in the wastewater fund. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that we do have a rate study that will be moving forward. We have pushed it off about a year, so we're looking at 2022 beginning the rates within July of 2023. So that will be moving forward, and that will reset the rates for the next 5-year period. But that is, again, about a year off before we start that process. So I wanted to pause, and I think I may have had some minor or more than minor cutting out issues while I was speaking there. So if anything was not clear, I'm happy to repeat that, and staff are available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. You did have a few short cutouts, but I don't think they affected your presentation. I think it was very clear, and the staff report was also extremely well done. So I think we should know what we were talking about. So is there any question for staff from the council members? Not seeing any, so I will ask our city our assistant deputy city clerk if she has received any correspondence on this item.
We have not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so then I will ask our moderator to open public comment and see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful of their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Madam Mayor, at this point, we do not have any public speakers.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll close public comment on this item, and I'll bring it back to the council for a recommendation or discussion. Council Member Healy.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I support option one. And I do think there was a reference in the staff report to the reduced revenues potentially eventually threatening capital projects. But I would say that this 6-month hiatus is a good opportunity to see the degree to which we can access the new funds from the federal infrastructure package to possibly backfill our local dollars on some of our water and wastewater projects and hopefully defer some of those costs. So I do support option one. Thank you.
Thank you. And Council Member McDonald.
Thank you. I'm inclined to option two. But I do support the utilization of the ARPA funds to the sanitary side, to the sanitary side, and the state funds to the potable side, because I worry that those who are in arrears at this time probably have no means of recovery of that. I'm not sure how successful the city can be at that kind of debt collection. I don't see anybody stepping up for a payment plan on something that reoccurs monthly and you keep going deeper and deeper. So I do like that subsidy of funds, but I am very concerned about our capital program going forward and the risks we have in our sewer lines of overflows and other capital projects. So I see and in January, I hope we have schedules in our capital project presentation that shows that all the projects are on schedule and not being delayed because of this issue at all. But it's a $6 a month, and so that's just a number the city needs to proceed on its programs with. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that our city website is up again, so that might bring in more people to our attendees if people are still trying to get in. But we'll continue with discussion on this item. Vice Mayor Barnacle, and followed by Council Member King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was leaning towards option two coming into the meeting because I don't want to see anything impact our capital projects. I want to make sure those move forward, and I don't want to be hamstringing ourselves with respect to getting those done. But what Councilmember Healy just brought up does resonate with me some, because I do think there's things that are going on right now that we're starting to provide more and more clarity to the business community. So I guess I don't feel strongly either way, but I would ask staff which they would prefer, and if they were, what's going to give if we go with option 1 versus option 2.
Okay, thank you. Maybe staff will weigh in on that at the end of our weighing in. Councilmember King, followed by Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My leanings tonight are toward option 2. I'm looking at a serious concern for our capital improvement budget for wastewater. We have a responsibility to the entire city to maintain the delivery of water and certainly wastewater responsibly, and that requires money. We've had this suspension for the better part of a year and a half. I think it is benefiting people who, certainly is benefiting many people who were not impacted economically from COVID, at least not to the degree that they need relief from wastewater fees. And there's a substantial part of the population that's in that boat. I know there are still people that are out there that have not gotten back, but the city, the state, the federal government has provided what I would consider to be a significant safety net to individuals. But in the end, we're looking at $1.2 million over the next 6 months is the estimate, which means we definitely have let at least that amount or more go through this program, which I did support, and I still do support our prior actions. But I think it's time to end it. I think the economy, even though it's not fully back, and there are still some serious health issues out there, it's getting there. And I just think in the end, we don't want to be a city that doesn't maintain our capital improvement. And by capital improvement projects, it's basic to me, it's safety. It's water delivery and wastewater. And I can't think of anything that we have a bigger responsibility for within our city than to provide that. And when we deprive the city of money, it just means that projects are going to get delayed. I mean, I don't think there's any. Now, I will appreciate that Councilmember Healy made comments about what might come down from Washington to backfill that, but we don't know what that is at this point. So I'm heavily leaning toward option 2. With respect to, I think it's probably an advice or direction item on the $650,000 that was left out of the ARPA funds. I support using that to offset the non-payment of the wastewater fees to date. I think the people that are in that boat are probably truly A, suffering, and B, probably not going to be paying that bill in full. And I don't know if you need any more direction on that. And I appreciate the fact that the state's going to come forward with some money to also offset those bills. But that may require another action item at a later date, but to give you an indication of where I am at this point. I supported holding it back to see what the state was going to do. We have a better idea what the state is going to do, or we think we do. And I'm prepared to release those funds because I think those people are more likely to be suffering. And there's no way to know 100%. There's just no way to know why someone's not paying a bill. But those individuals and businesses are probably not paying their water bills because they can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Posake, followed by Councilmember Fisher.
Yes, it's a very difficult decision for me. I think, however, that all things considered, that I'd like to keep that $650,000 that the ad hoc committee is considering what to do with, that we might be able to do a little more for some of the people that are in the most dire need, as opposed to blanketly doing additional coverage of the wastewater bills. So I'm leaning toward option 2 as well at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fisher?
I'm leaning toward option number 2. Again, because of all the safety nets that we put in place for those people that need them most. And I think that the $6 a month at this point, while I appreciate the fact that we've been doing it for the last year and a half, I think it is time so that people, when we do our rate study, don't get just slammed with a much larger fee. Yeah, so I'll make that motion to approve option number 2.
Actually, we don't need any action if we.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah.
But our assistant city manager wants to weigh in.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yes, did want to answer, I believe a council member had asked which option staff preferred. We do prefer option 2 as well, to make sure that we continue to maintain our excellent credit rating in the water and wastewater funds, to make sure that we maintain reserves properly and are able to correctly fund our capital program. And then I also just wanted to chime in as well that we do think there may be additional state programs coming. We don't know what form those are going to take. There may be additional money from the water program that they can apply water program. That's still kind of to mention is, yes, in terms of the ARPA subcommittee, we are talking to PPSC about how they can kind of integrate some of the programs that they offer with some of these concerns about folks not being able to pay their utility bills. And so we're hoping to have that conversation with PPSC and the subcommittee soon to kind of integrate, whether it's the emergency rental assistance program or other things that PPSC can do to both A, help the city get paid back, but then B, help folks who can't currently pay their bills come up to current with those obligations. So that is forthcoming, and we'll have more to the council soon on that.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we have a majority of the council has already weighed in that they would like to go with option 2. So unless someone has something else to say, I think we have given direction on this item. And I think we have agreement on that. So thank you very much. And we will now go on to new business item 4B. And that is discuss and receive feedback on the city's pavement management and active transportation plan. And this will be kicked off by our Public Works and Utilities Director, Christopher Bolt.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll share screen here. Let's see if I can. Okay. Still visible or no? Cover slide is there?
It is.
Great, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. We have a lot to cover tonight. We're going to try to do it in about 10 to 15 minutes. I'm joined by Ken Eichstedt, our traffic engineer, and also Brian is going to assist us with some funding questions. Our city's pavement management program is a dynamic program, as you know, developed by Public Works to preserve, restore, and reconstruct our pavements, to improve their condition, maintain them, but also to protect the safety of our community as they travel through our community in all modes, vehicles, cyclists, and pedestrians. So active transportation is a very important component of our transportation infrastructure system. And one of the big things we're going to focus on in tonight's discussion is the game changers of Measure U and the recent $20 million bond initiative, as well as the use of traffic impact fees to help match those funds, or vice versa, however you want to think about it, because the Measure U funds can help match those traffic impact fees. So with no further ado, I'll proceed. We're going to cover 6 main areas and wrap up with discussion and questions. First off, we'll cover goals, priorities, and background. We'll also talk a little bit about the program funding, as I mentioned, our transportation infrastructure, kind of an overview of what we have for assets in our community and what it takes to take care of them, preservation principles and strategy, and then we'll talk a little bit about active transportation improvements and touch on current project updates as well. So goals and priorities, as you well know, there are two big ones that really apply herein, and that is to identify funds to develop, plan to improve streets and roads, but also to establish and improve paths as useful transportation options and to make walking and biking fun and easy and safe. We all know very well about the crosstown connector issue, but we also think through the lens of bicycle and pedestrian crosstown connectors, which is a big piece of what we think of in our projects as we move forward with capital work. And the prioritization of youth safety through education, safe routes to school, and so forth, we're also going to touch on that. I want to thank our new climate action manager, Rihanna Frank, for helping us with this slide, because a big part of transportation, as we well know, is to eliminate transportation emissions. It is one of our biggest goals. We want to reduce the vehicle miles traveled throughout our community, and we want to provide the necessary infrastructure for electrification of our community's transportation system. We definitely want to foster increased public transit investment and encourage and support anything and all things non-combustion vehicle related. So with that, I'm going to ask Ken to take over with this slide as we look back in time at our Petaluma, our community before Measure U.
Thank you very much, Christopher, and thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, and public. So pre-Measure U, we got work done. We got quite a bit of work done, but it was primarily grant funded. We got to 2017 and we started putting some street maintenance funding in there. 2018, we did a little bit of pavement preservation, but with all that work, there was still a bit more that we needed to do. So when we look at going back and looking at the pavement expenditures starting back in 2011, from 2011 to 2020, we were less than $2 million a year in pavement expenditures. It gets really exciting when we get to 2021, 22, because then we have the bond measure from Measure U. And it's just a huge boost into helping the infrastructure that we very much need to maintain. So with that bond measure for the next 3 years, we've got some money that we can put into actually maintaining our pavement infrastructure. A key part of this slide, though, is from that point moving forward, 2025, 2026, we really need to be upping the amount of maintenance funds that we apply. It really should be, from what I've looked at in the pavement management software, Street Saver, $5 million a year. So this slide is Measure U, and I'm coupling here the other funding sources, which are the street maintenance funds, and then what's referred to as roadway maintenance and rehab, and that funding is basically SB1. It's the gas tax. So, Measure U coupled with those two funding sources, now we can really get things going. So Measure U had a really good impact to allowing us to kind of move things forward and get out of roughly 10 plus years of deferred maintenance. Now traffic impact fees is another funding source that's out there.
And Brian, I would like to have you speak a little bit about traffic impact fees for the next couple slides, if you would.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, traffic impact fees are a big funding source that we can use for street and other improvements like bicycle and pedestrian improvements, active transportation, transit improvements. And there are also some very specific projects that are funded within the traffic impact fee program. Though there are some strings attached with that money. Actually, if you don't mind going back for a second, Christopher, there are some strings attached to that money where we often have a very substantial city match that needs to go in to complement the traffic impact fee funds. And so that's sometimes why we can't spend this money right away, because we often need that city match to be able to unlock so to speak, those funds. Mentioned that a bullet in the top center, current balance of our traffic impact fees is about $31 million, and that's as of June 30 of this year. All right, next slide. So this table looks a little overwhelming. The point here is not to try to digest all the numbers or the percentages, but what this represents is a table taken directly out of the 20C. There are a variety of big projects as well as some broader programs, like I mentioned a minute ago, bike and ped, transit improvements, traffic signal upgrades, etc. And you can see in that second to right column, there's a share that can be paid for by impact fees. But in some of these programs, a big share that cannot be paid for by impact fees. So we're highlighting specifically the pedestrian and bicycle, where the potential fee or thereabouts of other money to be able to combine with those funds to make that funding work. A key consideration, though, that I wanted to emphasize before we move off of the slide is that there is no prioritization of this funding. So we have 31 million sitting in the account now, but you can see that number in the bottom right corner of the slide. If we were to go all the way to build out in the general plan, construct all the units that were anticipated, we would collect $170 million for this fee category. And so we have only collected a small fraction of the total. So there are timing and prioritization considerations that we have to take into account here when we decide to spend traffic impact fee money, because if you spend funding projects, necessarily what the city is saying that we're going to have to fund those other projects. All right, next slide. So we just wanted to do a quick example here, and then I'll hand it back to our public works team. So how would this shake out if we had an actual project? Let's just give an example of, say, $1 million project. And let's say in that project, there were $200,000 of active transportation components. Based on the percentages that were in that prior slide, only about 67,000 of the total could be funded from the traffic impact fees, and we would need $133,000 to match from other city funding sources for those bike and ped improvements. So in total, we would need both the 800,000 that isn't traffic impact fees plus the city match, and only about 67,000 is funded from TIF. And so I think with that, I'll turn it back to Christopher and Ken.
Thank you very much, Brian. Great overview. So Ken, here's some facts and figures on our infrastructure system.
So we have a lot, the public right of way has a lot of different elements that we need to maintain. Roughly 400 miles of streets, that's lane miles. It's roughly 170 actual street miles, 350 plus miles of sidewalks, 52 signalized intersections. We have 8 vehicular bridges and 15 bicycle and pedestrian bridges. Include part of that element of bridges is that there are a number of bridges that are span less than 20 feet that still need maintenance. It's not part of that 8. An example is First and F Street, over 5,000 street lights, and we have 23 miles of Class 1 bike paths. So when we start looking at the overall pavement condition index, and we look at it here with lane miles and then versus arterials, collectors, and then our local and neighborhood roads, this graph shows that roughly 50% of our local and neighborhood roads, 50% of all our roads are in poor condition, and a significant percentage are in the local and neighborhood category. So I do want to say on this slide, Petaluma Boulevard South goes into construction next year, so that's going to help on our arterials in continuing to get those into very good condition. So what is our pavement strategy? It's applying the right treatment to the right pavement at the right time using the right materials. So this graph shows the different PCIs and the appropriate treatments to apply for those and the cost of them. And it's the right treatment on the right pavement at the right time using the right materials. And then what are some of the pavement repair categories? Well, on the maintenance side, doing the seals, crack sealing, slurry sealing, very important. And we do that early on the pavements that appear to have a good PCI. Rehab, we'll go in and do overlay and mill and fill. And then if we have to, there's a full reconstruction. That's something that we've done recently on Maria Drive and Petaluma Boulevard. We will be doing on Petaluma Boulevard South.
Well, Ken and I have talked a little bit about an analogy that's helpful. And if we just think about our cars and changing the oil, if you don't change the oil, you forget to change the oil, that'd be like the seals that you put down, the preventative maintenance and so forth, then clearly your engine is eventually going to go bad, much like maintaining a house and so forth. If you think about bicycles, chain replacement periodically so you don't wear out the sprockets and so forth. Very important.
So, this slide that you may have seen before is just the pavement preservation timing. The more that we do on, good pavement, higher PCI pavement, do a slurry seal, cape seal, the longer we can extend its life. So how do we go from poor to fair and good pavement? Well, we've got an investment now of $25 million. That's through 2023. So we're going to be investing that into the pavement. We need to allocate $5 million a year moving forward. Total cost for that is $125 million. And then that'll help us to shift the current PCI, which right now is around 44 to 50 and above. So the pavement management approach is we go through and we review all the pavement, which under the Street Saver program, which is administered by MTC, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, every 2 years, every road has gone out and surveyed. It's a qualitative survey, ASTM criteria. That gets assessed, then it goes in, we ID opportunities, we'll talk about that. We provide an estimate of cost, we prioritize, and then we review it. So that's part of our pavement management approach. And how do we prioritize? I get no shortage of questions. Why are you doing that street that's so good and you're not doing mine? Well, there's a lot of different factors that go into it. You've learned about, higher PCI roadways. We want to save those. We use the Street Saver program. We look at active transportation opportunities, and there definitely are a lot of those. Rainier Avenues, Rainier Drive is an example of that. Roadway safety. If we've got safety is a key part of anything that we do within the right of way there. Looking at schools and transit corridors carefully. Looking at the geographical groupings. We want to, from a constructability standpoint, we want to be able to geographically group the construction sites. Utility work, have we replaced the laterals? Is there work PG&E is doing? Putting that into play there. What are the impacts to businesses, to residents? And then, well, very importantly, is getting community input and making sure that we clearly hear concerns that are happening with people that are directly impacted by the work we do. And I think I want to leave this by, we want to humanize and Petalumanize, the work that we do. And that's something that's very important with this.
Yes, and as our staff, as we've talked about, it's more than just the numbers and the statistics and so forth. We definitely want to make sure we get community input.
And then when we look at, the schools, it's something that recently I've met with teachers at Petaluma High. I've met with the principal at McDowell Elementary. I've met with the facilities director, and the schools that we have I'm just finding are just such a key part of this. So I've got a a particular focus on that aspect of it, and it's something that I see we can get a lot of good work done. And then when we look at VMT, so Senate Bill 743 brings VMT into the play, and I'm really thankful that we're moving in this direction. It's very much been needed. So vehicle miles traveled is a measure of the transportation system impact on climate, the environment, and human health. And it's kind of key to looking at how we move about. We can't always walk. We may not always be able to take transit. If we have to drive, that's what it's going to have to be. But are we trying to make that as the first choice, or are we looking at other alternatives? VMT will be, help us to, I think, correctly assess, how do we move forward with, the areas of our city and how we, move about in a healthy way. So traffic calming design, we need this. Speeding is just such a significant problem and such a hazard, and it's a primary factor in a lot of crashes. So we want to look at, can we put in crosswalks in critical areas? Can we reduce, improve the curb radius, painted bulb outs? Can we put in buffered bike lanes? And I also think that looking at the whole program, our whole pavement management program from a sustainable strategy standpoint, we're just really getting this thing going, this new funding. So, we want to maintain and preserve what we have. And we've talked about that by, slurry sealing the higher PCI roadways. We want to reuse recycled materials. We've done that. Snow Mountain Parkway was an excellent example. We want to reduce our reliance on natural resources and new materials. Geotextile fabric can have a good effect in reducing our pavement thicknesses. And then we want to increase our active transportation opportunities. So some of the examples of our AT improvements are, we can narrow our roadways to help slow speeds down. Talking with the city of Davis, their standard is 10 feet. We can shorten the crossings using bulb outs. We can install sidewalks and improve sidewalks and put in curb ramps. And then we can also go through and be able to help with putting in bike lanes and improving our multi-use paths. So some of the projects that we have in planning, design, and construction are shown here. I want to highlight the bolded items, and those are in for consideration, possible grants through SCTA, and I think that's an important consideration. And like I say, Petaluma Boulevard South road diet, that's going to go into construction here shortly. And we're actively doing work on these projects that are under design here. So leaving on a high note, we're not going to go down the trajectory into the poor failed condition. We see 3 lines here, and that's basically not putting any money into maintenance. If we put in $2 million into yearly maintenance, that helps. If we put into $5 million, that's where we want to be, and that's where we start getting into, moving our pavement condition into fair condition on that. So these figures are not adjusted for inflation, so the $5 million is going to go up, but this is a good representation of where we need to go overall as a city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we take discussion and questions, and I'll pull in Gina Benedetti Petrick as well.
Okay, thank you. Let me go first to the council members. and see if we have any questions right off, and then whoever the appropriate staff person is, I think you can just jump in. Okay, so let's start with the Vice Mayor, followed by Council Member McDonald.
Thank you for the presentation. I thought there was a lot of good content. My initial question is just level setting. What kind of feedback are you looking for on this? What is the, like in the process here, what's the next steps? What are the types of things that we can do to be helpful?
I would just, I would emphasize that prioritization is going to be important. If we are doing any matching funding from our traffic impact fee account, it may impact other projects. So definitely just some indication from council on priorities, and just any input that you have on, you know, the best way to leverage our money.
Great. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to pause then and think about that while I
Okay, well, while you're thinking, Vice Mayor, I'm going to jump in here. Peggy, when you're saying prioritize, do you mean like, I mean, across the spectrum, we want to get all our roads up to a certain percentage? That's the priority versus active transportation? Or I'm not sure how you're asking us to prioritize.
Right. Well, we just talked about, we are now at a point in this, now that we have Measure U, we have the ability to do some matching funds of money that's been sitting in our traffic impact fee fund that have been 100% dedicated to the crosstown connectors. And of course, we haven't had those conversations with council, but if we start to avail ourselves of that funding, we want to make sure that we're on the same page with council. Somebody doesn't say you just took money out of the Caulfield Crosstown Connector, or we just want to make sure folks are aware that we're trying to avail ourselves as we are addressing the roads, as we committed to the community, that we are using some traffic impact fees for active transportation projects.
If I could, Peggy, I'll just jump in and say that each time you improve a road, oftentimes that's perhaps a once in a lifetime opportunity to make change and improvements for safety, pedestrian and cyclist improvements on the road. So in line with what we've been talking about, we're seeking endorsement of the overall framework and approach that we've described tonight to do so.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Council Member McDonald, followed by Council Member Healy and Posake.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great presentation, and you know, and I think we understand the certain generic parts of it, of, you know, how the road system holds together, but some parts of it do have me worried, so I'll provide a little bit of feedback on that. I know that we need to do the slurrying and painting to make sure things don't get worse, but it is my optimism as a council person that things get better. And the number I think in here was to get us from a PCI of 40 to 50. You know, we are currently at the second to the worst. We've improved. We're not the worst city in the Bay Area anymore for road condition. They can't mock us. We're doing our work. But to only get to 50 won't get us out of the bottom 10 of worst cities in the area. So that's a grim reality the public are going to have to hear, is that we still will be suffering from the paving side, even with this proposal. So that's not something I like. I'd like to see us have a better pavement rating at the end of it. And I know that means more money. But the other part is, the goal for 50 is not for 20 years out, to 2041 in this. That's a long time to wait for a little bit. So I'm scratching my head, and I hope staff is too, is how to drive that PCI, the paving index, higher sooner. I love that Petaluma Boulevard South is on the agenda tonight and got approved. Hooray. And that's $3 million outside money. The more outside money we can bring in, the quicker our PCI rises up. one of the things I didn't like was in that template $1 million project with $800,000 of roads or $200,000 of active transportation. I don't know that it was a sample project, but I would rather that not feel like we're shifting road maintenance into this new active transportation category unless that's where outside money comes from. You know, if we do this thing, because basically curb to curb is going to get fixed no matter what you strike the surface on it. So unless you're pulling the curbs in and creating a new outside of curb active transportation, the funding for the base funding should be still from a road. And then our active transportation dollars go much further to take the road and craft it so that it's better for active transportation. Shouldn't all be burdened on the active transportation side. Another point, I would rather we didn't dip into traffic impact fees. I know I just said we need more money, but that we didn't trip into traffic impact fees until we sort out how much we need for the other dedicated reasons. I'm sure there's $1 million here and $1 million there we can pull off right off the top, but to get Caulfield Bridge done or any other crosstown connector, we really need to know how much those cost. And I wouldn't want to give away the money and then figure out the project cost. Also, as you know, most of you have heard, I'm a strong advocate that we finish the smart path into downtown, into Water Street, and any outside money to push that to the top, I really appreciate. I didn't see in the slide where the new Measure M monies that are dedicated streams of funding from the county to the city are counted in. I'm assuming that they got to be in there somewhere because that's a nice chunk of outside money coming in. And then there was a slide that mentioned sidewalks and the cost or the quantity of sidewalk we have. But I think that's a separate conversation from this unless the city is going to start taking on the responsibility. I think we need to force the responsibility onto the proper owners, and maybe we do a 50-50. That's where the money comes from. But we need to figure out our sidewalks, not leave them behind when we talk active transportation. For now, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy, followed by Councilmember Posake.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of what Councilmember McDonald just said. And to veer off of that for 1 second, you know, the takeaway for me from this presentation is that we'll be spending $125 million to move our PCI up by about 7 points from 44 to maybe 51. That's enormously expensive for an improvement that's going to be hard for the community to even notice, quite frankly, at the end of it. You know, I was on the council when we repaved Bodega Avenue to the city limits, and now it's falling apart again. Just an observation. But I do agree that we should be very careful with our traffic impact fee dollars. And I guess for the next iteration, I'd like to see more of a proposed priority list for what active transportation projects staff would like to put forward. I realize there are legal limitations on the use of the traffic impact fee account. We can't use it for maintenance. It is, for the most part, it's paid for and justified by new development to create additional capacity in the community. That's the legal justification for our being able to charge those funds in the first place. And we need to stay pretty close to that and not stray too far from it. And the city attorney wants to weigh in on that, or if the consultants who did our most recent traffic impact fee program want to reiterate that for us, but that may not be something that some of the newer council members are familiar with. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Posake, followed by Councilmember King.
Yeah, thanks so much for that report and update. I'm not so bothered by just staying in the low 50s if it means, you know, finding a lot more money to go higher. I would like to utilize any more money we can find to improve the active transportation part of our situation. And I think also I've been waiting not longer than a year because I haven't been on here that long, but waiting for a crosstown connector workshop or priority setting in regards to crosstown connectors. And I'd like to see that sometime soon. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember King, followed by Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I'm going to start out with, it's anecdotal, but I'm going to start out with some positives. I mean, one of the things that people have report back to me or talked to me about, particularly over the last 3 to 4 years, has been some of the paving that's been done, some of the improvements that have been done, some of the upgrades to our roads throughout the town. There's been some significant improvement on some of the major roads from a variety of funding sources. And I think that is a positive. And I think that we should acknowledge that we've done that. There's a lot of work to do, obviously. When your roads start out as bad as they were, half a dozen or so years ago and many years prior because of a variety of reasons, mainly lack of funding. When improvements do happen, the people that have a little more positive outlook are going to comment on that. And I've received many of those over the last few years. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge the positives. With regard to, my thoughts on a global sense, obviously road repair, continuing along those lines is important. I'm less concerned about the grade we receive. I suppose that's reflective of how I viewed grades when I was probably a younger person as well. But, I just think it's more a question of what do the roads look like? Are they providing vehicle flow through town on a safe, relatively paved manner? Are there bike lanes? Are they connected to the bike trails? Are they safe? And then the improvements to the pedestrian elements of that, which I'm seeing, we're getting things adding things into the Petaluma Boulevard South project that include sidewalks. I know that area very well. I'm very much in need of sidewalks for safety. So I think that, continuing in those directions is important. Although it's pavement, not as much pavement, but I find bike trails, to be an important part of our, so when we improve Lynch Creek Trail, I think that's important. If we can expand, our trail into downtown, I think that's important. I would like to see, these are some other items, but not included in pavement per se, but if we're talking active transportation, a big part of that's going to be transit. So I've been pushing for some reevaluation of our routes once we get riders back. We still haven't gotten the kind of ridership that we had pre-COVID, but I do think buses, when we talk about transit, I think more of buses. Buses are way more flexible than train goes up and down and it's got one stop now, 2 stops in the future in town. But the buses can go to a lot of different areas. So I don't want to exclude that from consideration in our active transportation plan. I think at some point when we're dealing with bike lanes and trails, we need to look at e-bike signage. E-bikes are booming. They're booming now. When they come down in price, or when they start to get the kind of continued broader subsidies from federal and state government, which hasn't quite happened yet. I think that combination is going to make them much more prevalent on the roadway. And as someone who rides a non-e-bike, and as someone who sees a lot of non-e-bikes around my neighborhood, there's a difference between the two types of bikes. And I think when you get to trails, we need to have those things delineated. And I do have one other question. It's more of a question that can be answered at the end. I would like, in terms of paving, if we're getting specific, there are roads or parts of roads in our town that haven't been touched. I can comfortably say I know of several, say at least several roads that haven't been touched in 30 years. And so I would like to see, if we can, have a little more prioritization of those roads. I realize that you get more bang for the buck on the seal, and sometimes repaving is needed, but some of these roads that just haven't gotten any attention for one reason or the other. Usually they're just not in the queue. So those are my broader thoughts. I don't know who said it a moment ago, but the specific projects, specific proposals, I find that a little easier to respond to personally, because these are broad strokes that I'm providing or offering up. But when you get down to the specifics, I think those are the things that matter. But thanks for the presentation, and that'll do my for the moment.
Okay, I'm going to jump over you, Vice Mayor, just so that everybody gets an opportunity, and then you can come in with your second thoughts. City Council Member Fisher.
Thank you. So the presentation is heartwarming, actually, and I wish we had gotten it in advance, because it's very difficult for me to sort of formulate all my thoughts right after seeing something and seeing so much of something. And so I'm not quite sure what direction I can give you here, but I'm finding a little bit of disconnect between the presentation that we were just given and what's happening on the ground, like at Bike and Ped. Because I was in that meeting last week, and Ken was talking to Davis and 10-foot lanes, but we don't want 10-foot lanes. We always want 11 or 12-foot lanes. And I keep arguing for 10-foot lanes because it's the only way to slow traffic down. And I got to tell you that as being the lead on the Cool City Challenge and having so many conversations with people and all these information sessions that we're doing, I got to tell you, and every single time we ask people to tell us what their priority was in their neighborhood, on their block, it's number one, to slow traffic down and get the cars off the street. Universally, everybody wants that. And I think the only way to really slow traffic down is to, make lanes narrower. And I was saying this to somebody the other day, we were talking about accommodating garbage trucks, because they're so big. And the fact of the matter is, Recology actually has its mission to go out of business. What we want to do is get the garbage trucks off the street, because we don't want to have so much garbage. So I want us to start really thinking about what our vision is for the city, what we want to see. And, as you know, I tend to cycle and walk everywhere. My poor cars are, just dying on the street. And it's very difficult. And I do now have an e-bike parked in my garage, and it's very difficult to get around on a bicycle, I can tell you. And it's not really very pleasant, sort of sucking in all the exhaust from the cars that I'm following. And so I really wish that we could turn this presentation into practice. And that when we do look at a street and we do look at re-slurring the street, that we do narrow the lanes and that we do provide more infrastructure for cyclists, because it's the only way we're going to meet our carbon neutrality goal by 2030. And then Peggy, you asked about prioritizing things, and I'm not sure that I have enough information to be able to do that. And, whether we're prioritizing a crosstown connector or improvement of bicycle infrastructure, I don't know whether that's a false choice, I guess. And I would suggest that you do your best, and that we rely on you to do what you think we need to meet our goals. And so those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump in now, and I concur with a lot of what Councilwoman Fisher just said, but I do think that we really do need to have sort of a consensus on what it means to move traffic impact fees at this point, if we have, what our priorities are. So that circles me back to Councilmember Posakay's comment about the I believe it was his comment about crosstown connector discussion and priorities, because if something is within our ability to achieve and it really does add to our circulation in the city, we need to have a feeling about what it is and what it will cost. But we also need to know if it's not within our ability to attain in any real timeline. And then we know, once we have that information, then we know where we want to put our funding for what priorities and what does get us what we're looking for. And so for me, I'm interested in connectivity, and however staff wants to be able to find that out. I mean, I think Councilmember Fisher comment about riding your bike in the city, it's not a very pleasant experience, because even though we have 23 miles of class 1 bike lane, it's not enough. And we do need to separate the bikes from and the pedestrians from the traffic, the motorized traffic. And I with that, I'm motivated to ask us to look again at slow streets with the idea of connectivity, of getting people around in a way, slow streets that go by the schools in town, so children are not being taken to school by parents in cars, but there's a much safer way, and safer for them and for the environment, of getting kids to schools where people don't have to be driving. And I think in order to do these things, we're going to need some more public input. And I'm not quite sure what the framework would be for getting that. But I do think we have a lot of opportunities, and I would really like to see us move in the right direction. And I also have to agree with Councilmember King about e-bikes. As much as I think they're a wonderful thing, I really am. I don't think they can be on the same road as the 6-year-old on his bike with his parent. So we need to have good signage on that and options. So I'm going to go back to Vice Mayor Barnacle, and then Councilmember McDonald, and then Assistant City Manager Cochran.
All right. I have started to formulate some thoughts to address the e-bike thing. Me on my e-bike is much less likely to kill a 6-year-old on a bike than I'm to be killed by a vehicle. And I think we just need to keep realizing, every time we say that cars are the killers here, not the e-bikes. And so we can work on, what we need to do, but the reality is when I come up on someone and I'm riding my e-bike, I slow down and I give them space, and it's just common courtesy. It's the several thousand-pound object that you can't stop on a dime that I'm worried about. A quick question on the impact fees. What is redevelopment supplement? How is that? How can those funds be used?
Is that a staff question?
Yeah, we're still in staff question, right? We haven't had public comment yet, so I'm trying to get my question.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering,
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's anyone in staff who'd like to answer that.
I might try to jump in, Madam Mayor, and I'm wondering if Ingrid can hop on. She may be the best equipped to answer that question. I would thought that money was used for the undercrossing by Rainier, but I may be misguided in that.
If it's at $7 million, yes, that is the case. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. And then on the impact fees, it would be helpful to see, I imagine, going back to the slide now, I've got it up on my computer, sorry. But so we've got the potential impact fee contribution, and then we've used some of our impact fees too, right? Those are maximums. The maximum for that we can offer to bike ped in the city is like 8.9 million, right? Correct. Okay. And so do we know how much we've actually spent down in each one of those categories so that we know what's the total contribution that we could put towards bike ped or towards crosstown connectors or anything else?
Yeah, we do have that information, Vice Mayor. I don't have it at my fingertips. There is an annual impact fee report that comes to council that does detail all of the expenditures of the impact fee. So we do we have to legally keep track of that accounting. But we're estimating that based on some initial expenditures we've already made, that there's about 8 million left that we could theoretically spend on in the bike ped category. But I don't have the breakdowns of every one of those other categories at my fingertips.
Understood. I wouldn't expect it tonight, but in terms of feedback, I would say add that as an additional column so that when we look at this next, we know how much do we actually have in each one of those categories that's available to us. And then a couple of other small questions. So I noticed the Corona overcrossing isn't included in the project list. And what is the process of putting that on the radar for the city? I think that we've made it a priority development area. I don't think it's a safe intersection or a safe overcrossing now. What would be the process to get that included as a project that's considered in our prioritization?
I think I can chime in on that, Vice Mayor. It's already on our radar and has been for a long time. It is not a city piece of road, so it will be quite a coordination to bring Caltrans, to bring Caltrans along to provide the kinds of active transportation enhancements and safety enhancements to that bridge that you're looking for and that we're very interested in. So it's on our radar. It's not elevated to the, not enough planning and prep work has been done. We are reaching out to our contacts at Caltrans and setting up, those first conversations to see how real we can make this and what next steps might be. But it's in, early concept.
Great. I would say if there's something that we can do to make it more real, I've heard, I don't think from anyone inside of staff, but some people outside have talked about that we need to get it in a general plan if we're going to have it taken seriously by Caltrans. So I think that, if we have a more thorough prioritization conversation, which I would love, I'd like to see that listed on there as well, and just some thought about what the process would be of getting that on the radar. In general, I think the project list on slide 24 of 26 looks great to me. Those are a lot of the projects that I think are high priority. I definitely concur with Councilmember Fisher about the need to take on striping. Obviously I had some concerns with the slurry sealing project we did a couple months ago, and I still think that there's some great opportunities to go back and implement some striping. And I really am excited to see the guidelines that was discussed at CBAC a couple months ago, and to see how those are progressing. I think they could be really helpful. I really appreciate the idea of talking to schools and the idea of making it human-centered. I think that's it's critical to getting the speed and scale that we need to do some of these things on. Just everybody's called it out that roads are expensive and that we're behind. I think we should be looking at where we can be trimming our network and maintaining less roads. And when projects come forward and as we're updating our general plan, I think it'd be great to have some really, really strong policies to discourage roads, definitely discourage cul-de-sacs, things like that just You know, the amount of tax revenue that we'll generate from a small cul-de-sac with a few houses on it will never cover the cost of maintaining that road. And we shouldn't expect it to. And it's, you know, fiscally responsible for us to stop building more roads. We can't maintain the ones we have, or we're barely able to get back on top of that. Things like speed tables, I know we've talked about those. I don't see those in here. I don't see, you know, to the mayor's point about slow streets and quick build implementations like speed tables and things like that. I'd really like to see us make those things a reality. And I think you're doing a lot of that by talking with the schools. You listed, Ken, at PVAC a couple months ago, you listed off, I don't know, at least probably a dozen quick build projects or things that you had underway. And I love hearing that. Those are, if there's things that are happening internally, you know, like I've heard that the fire department or emergency services wasn't supportive of speed tables. You know, if those are battles that are being had internally, I'd say bring those to the council and let us make a political decision, because I think that the council will err on the side of safety and slowing down traffic and things. So bring those forward. Education is going to be really critical, and what it's, you know, we're looking specifically at the pavement and things like that. But as we start talking about changing streetscapes, the way we communicate that to the community, the way we engage them and let them experience it is going to be critical. The Rainier Road Diet was a good example. You know, we called it active transportation, but really it's just safety, right? Like turning left on and off of Rainier with a shared turn lane is going to be way, way safer for cars too. And the PPD should be right out in front and communicating and supporting these changes. They're the spokespeople for public safety, and they should be championing these changes. I'm going to wait until after public comment for the remainder of my comments, but generally I like the presentation, and I just would like to have a deeper conversation with more information.
Okay, thank you very much. Assistant City Manager Cochran.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to chime in a little bit on the question about prioritization. And I hope that my internet is not failing me, that everybody can hear me okay. You know, one of the things that I talked about in the slides that I went through earlier was the impact fees, obviously, and that had, you know, a number of council members have touched on that. And that's one of the things that we as staff are interested in, because, you know, we are coming into a new CIP budgeting season here very shortly. And we do need to make some of those decisions about which projects we want to propose to the council for the upcoming budget year. But one of the things that maybe isn't obvious on that big table that I showed in one of those slides is, you know, just for an example, if the council were to feel that one of the crosstown or both of the connector projects were their top priorities for those impact fee dollars, then necessarily what that means is each time you decide to allocate money toward bike and ped improvements or transit improvements or some of those other things that were also on that table, you're then reducing the amount of dollars and then also extending the length of time that it's going to take to accumulate the funding to build some of those bigger projects. So those are just some of the trade-offs that we grapple with as staff when we're trying to put together the CIP budget. And it's super helpful to have the council's feedback as we're going into that process. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask our Deputy City Clerk if she has received any correspondence on this item.
We have not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So I will ask our moderator if we can open public comment and see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. The first speaker that we have is Sheila Baker, followed by Eris Weaver. Sheila, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Okay, thank you. Hi. Excellent conversation from the dais, City Council, and I appreciate it so much, and also staff. The work that you've done is just obviously enormous. We do have, as everyone knows, a Safe Routes to School program here, both from our police department and also from Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. And a lot of the work that they do is just teaching families how to ride together or how to ride with their kids to school or ride around the neighborhood, family clinics, but also just to really take a look at some of the hazards and keep data. Police both police and the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition do the bicycle rodeos, which really help a lot. But the work that is really needed, and I think it's with Vice Mayor Barnacle that said in the beginning, we really need to extend Safe Routes to School to looking at how our streets are. Can a kid cross the street like that Wilson letter and PBAC a couple of days ago, where the parents said, look, my child needs to be able to cross Mountain View in order to get to the school at Grant Elementary School. So that's kind of a prime example. They happen all over the city, that we need to somehow connect the concept of the Safe Routes to School as roads, streets, getting to the bus, getting around town on a bicycle or whatever, with the data and the training and everything. So it needs to be a holistic program, and I think that's really kind of what's needed right now is a really good, strong Safe Routes to School to look at how we can connect the dots. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Eris Weaver, followed by Janice Gator Thompson. Eris, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. In terms of Safe Routes to School, I'm going to suggest that you might benefit from talking with my Safe Routes to School staff, since they're working with the kids and taking the kids and the families on the rides as part of the program. They may have some different perspective that the school principal or superintendent might not see as much if they're not actually a cyclist themselves. Another idea regarding schools and safety, street safety, I'd like to put in your mind is there's a program they're doing in the UK and possibly some other places in Europe that they're calling school streets, that making a street around a school during the morning and the afternoon times car free. So you get the people doing the parents doing the drop off away from the school, which makes it safer for the kids to actually walk and bike to school. So I can give you more information about some of the jurisdictions that are doing that, because I think that could be a really useful thing. A question that I wonder about when you're looking at the pavement quality, back to the original discussion, is where in the lane are you looking at the pavement? Because I know I often ride on streets where the pavement quality in the bike lane is far inferior to the pavement quality in the auto vehicle part of the street. So I'm hoping that that gets figured in as roads get repaved or slurried or whatever gets updated to them. Councilmember Fisher and Mayor Barrett made quite a few comments that really resonated with me that I'm not going to repeat in the short time I have left. And I will second Councilmember Barnacle's comment about, e-bikes are not the enemy. If we have a speed limit on any shared facility, which is typically 15 miles an hour, there's good neighbors and jerks in every transportation mode. And on my e-bike, I habitually get passed by people on road bikes going much faster than I do. So I'm not sure that e-bikes themselves are that crucial of a problem. In terms of reducing vehicle miles traveled, the elephant in the room on that one is parking, especially free parking. If we want to get people out of their cars, we have to make the alternate forms of transportation cheaper, faster, funner, more convenient, more pleasant, and we need to make driving the car slower, more expensive, less convenient. And one of the things that makes driving more convenient and all of that stuff is abundant free parking.
And thank you for your comments, Eris, but your time has expired. The next speaker that we have is Janice Cater Thompson, followed by Ben Peters. Janice, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. This is really good discussion with staff report and the council, but I have about 4 pages of notes. And so what I want to talk about, I was coming over the Washington overcrossing and I noticed this woman in this e-bike. It ended up being my daughter's grammar school teachers. And so what B does is she goes from the west side to the east side, parks at the community center and rides her e-bike 10 miles in East Petaluma because she feels it's safer. B is 80 years old. And so, but what I really want to talk about is the Corona overcrossing. And I think that needs to be put into the existing general plan. We have the Build Back Better plan or whatever it is called. And I think that will go a long ways working with SCTA, Caltrans, and the city of Petaluma to get the Corona overcrossing moving forward. You have so many more people riding bikes and pedestrians walking over that overcrossing. And it's really important, especially to get it in the queue for the smart station that's going to be coming. But the Rainier road diet, that is so important to be moving forward. And then you need to extend that from Maria Drive South because there's a school there, there's Lucchese Park, and what else is there? Lucchese, the school. And it's a really dangerous road. And it's a really good opportunity for the city to show what can happen as an East Sider, so more East Siders can see that road diets are actually positive. And the other thing is, I think with every project that goes through the planning commission, you need to see the interconnectivity. And I go back to Sid Common as just an example, I'm not pro the project, but if you had done a footbridge over the river, that would have given more connectivity from the east to the west side. And then the other thing is, when we were talking about the undercrossing and the redevelopment that paid for that, it was actually a JP Morgan loan. And that money went into the redevelopment, and that was during the clawback time. And so it really wasn't redevelopment. The city actually took a loan out, put redevelopment money, that money in as redevelopment. I just think safety is really important. And as an East Sider, I hear a lot of people really complaining about North McDowell. That road is really dangerous for not just driving, but for bicyclists and pedestrians. And I think the rest of my notes, I'll go ahead and write up and send in because I think this is a really important subject. And I just really appreciate this conversation and we need to keep moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Ben Peters. Ben, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, everyone. Just a couple thoughts and observations. So I ride my bike, take my daughter to preschool every morning. By far the most dangerous part of that trip is the part by Petaluma High School, where you have inexperienced drivers as well as large trucks in very congested areas. And so dealing with the high school car problem first and foremost is really going to go a long way for public safety. We talked about e-bikes a little bit. I think we could easily put together a program where Sonoma Clean Power chips in, the city chips in, and we can get high schoolers actually out of their dangerous vehicles and biking to school. And that'll go a long way towards the entire congestion in town. I do think it would be helpful to have more of a discussion about safe routes to school. I don't think people have a clear understanding of what safe routes to school is. I hope we take Miss Weaver up on her offer to have the safe routes to school coordinator do a presentation. My understanding is that actually what safe routes to school is where the teachers poll their students on how they got to school that data, and that data goes to the principal, who sends it to the local sheriff or police department, and then the police department has the information on the use of the different modes of transportation and is supposed to help come up with safe routes. And then schools with enough resources can actually complete a safe routes to school plan. And when asked how many schools in our town have safe routes to school, there was not a clear understanding of how many schools indeed have safe routes to school. And it was also pointed out that the lower income schools are going to be the ones likely without the resources to develop those plans. So there's an equity component here too that we're forgetting. So please, let's not just talk about safe routes to school. Let's actually understand what that means. And then let's actually create safe routes to school for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Bev at Protect Wild Petaluma. Bev, I'll now allow you to speak. You can mute yourself and begin.
Thank you, everyone. I mostly just want to support those who ask for Corona to be made into a more major priority. It is a really important route and a really dangerous route right now. And I hate to think what an earthquake might do to it. And I also support, putting money into Caulfield, getting that overcrossing done too. And I've had the experience when my knee was bad, I bought a tricycle, an electric tricycle, and I thought this would be a cool way to get around. And I discovered that because the streets on the west side have such a high hump in the middle, that it was impossible to ride a tricycle unless you really like riding with your body inclined at an angle because you can't straighten out on those things. So I don't know if anything can be done about that. And I really hear you on the safe routes to school. When I was a kid, I know this sounds like one of the old people talking, but I am one of the old people. We always walked to school. I even walked to my high school, which I think was a couple of miles away from our house. And now, people drive their kids to school when it's only a few blocks. So I think hopefully something can be changed on that. And then I don't know if I missed something, but I was looking at one of the, I don't know what I did with it, one of the displays anyway, and it had a list of traffic projects. Let's see if I can find it here now. But in any event, it was it listed Rainier as at the top and said something about public support, and I was really surprised by that. And I don't really know what that's all about, and I'm just kind of asking that question because I thought that Rainier was no longer considered one of the top projects. That is all for me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker we have is Barry. Barry, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'm moved to tune in or to comment because the work that the staff is doing, that the counselors are doing, and the comments from the public are really inspiring me about the viability of Petaluma, and really enjoying being an active transportation person, bike and ped. And I want to comment on one thing, which is I think that if I'm hopeful that signage for the bike and ped pathways would be is not a high cost item. And I think that it has tremendous potential for primary prevention of developing a culture on our bikeways and ped pathways that is, problematic. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Mayor, at this point, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. And I see that our Public Works and Utilities Department Director has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to address a few of the questions, if I might, real briefly. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for excellent feedback, especially as your new Public Works Director. These are things that I need to hear as I work with staff, and I'll be following up with staff in the coming days to debrief on this and make sure that we take all of your comments into consideration. Three things that we'd like to address real quick, and I'll point to Ken to assist with details on this, is that e-bike signage and wayfinding signage is something that we're working on. The lane width issue, I think Ken has some comments he can share on that, and then the speed tables. Ken, would you like to say a few words about that, please?
Sure. With regard to the lane widths, I was actually apprehensive. I know Council Member Fisher had sort of heard my apprehension. And I went out and have ridden and driven on B Street, and I was actually, it works there. I spoke with City of Santa Rosa, Rob Sprinkle. He's done same thing, mainly 10.5-foot lanes. And I spoke with City of Davis, and they do allow 10-foot lanes. They really like 10.5. Some good information. And one of the things in traffic engineering, you don't want to be necessarily the first people out of the gate to try something. So I was apprehensive, but I think I've definitely become a proponent of that. With regard to wayfinding, we've got the initial design set up for that, and I just scheduled a meeting, hopefully tomorrow or Wednesday, with the consultant. And the next stage on that is to do a pilot study. The e-bike signage, I've been pinging folks on that, both in Marin County and Sonoma County. I'm trying to find some examples of what other people are doing. I have personally gone and put up signs, on Lynch Creek Trail, just trying to get people to kind of be nice to one another. It's, engineering goes only so far, and I think there's kind of just general kindness. It's hard to get people to, do that. And it doesn't necessarily, work with engineering, but I am seeing what might be out there for e-bike. Regarding the speed tables, I want to do a bike boulevard and phase in, segments of that. So we are definitely moving that forward. It's one of a number of projects that we've got that we're working on that. So it's definitely there, and it is definitely very real. There will be significant movement on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ken. And I'll just close by saying that we are leaving no stone unturned when it comes to innovations and research. So rest assured, we are keeping a pulse. In fact, we've had correspondence in the last 24 hours amongst ourselves with some of the latest developments in our industry with pavement maintenance and management, pedestrian safety improvements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I appreciate your bringing those other points up to us to answer some of the council members' concerns. I'm going to go to Councilmember Fisher and then Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I just want to comment on the multi-use trails and looking at the existing conditions reports. Although we have 23 miles of those trails, we don't know anything about their condition. Like some you can't access, some you can hardly ride a bike on. And I think a lot of people don't know about where some of them are. And so in the existing conditions report, I'm wondering if we can actually have more information about where they are, what their surface is, and what their condition is. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Well, I certainly think that staff is turning the ship here and building a team to get this all done. And so I'm real happy about that. I know Brian brought up, Councilman Barnacle brought up the guidelines that came before PBAC a couple months back. And I think that's a great start. In there, we talked about when you can fit in which traffic calming devices. If we all spoke with the same vocabulary, that would really help us all understand the progress and the public, the progress. What can we do? Well, we look here at this, your street is 30 feet, you get this and this, all with the goal of the calming, because Councilwoman Fisher is correct. What the people say is that the cars go too fast and I want all that slowing down, frankly, and get rid of cars. So we need to have the calming devices out in front of the public. And I think one of the problems that I see or that faces me is that there's kind of two worlds. There's the area of frustration that we don't have the money to do the maintenance on the roads that we want. But the other world is there's areas of accomplishments that are much more achievable in the areas of safety, especially safety improvements. And if we can do the Rainier active transportation quick, get it done, don't wait, just have the bulb outs out there where crosswalk safety is quicker. If when the D Street people come in, the parts you can give, you achieve quickly. When people on Mountain View say they're speeding, we have to have a playbook for response to quick success for safety. Sure, we'll be behind on our paving projects but we have to be a town that can do, get done, even if it's the basics of starting our transition over. And I hope we are able to achieve it.
Well, thank you very much. And I think that staff has gotten a lot of good direction from council. And what can we look at in terms of next steps and timeline in this discussion?
Chris, do you want to tackle that?
Well, we're going to roll up our sleeves and take all this feedback and input. So
I would say that the next item that we would be bringing back to council in short order is kind of a tee up of our CIP budget and having a crosstown connector conversation in the first quarter of 2022.
And I thought I heard that there were some pilot programs coming up from Ken regarding, well, I'm totally blanking on what it was, but the the tables and the signage for e-vehicles. So those will just roll out without coming back to the council. Is that how that will
go? I was planning on rolling it out. I need to get public input on it. And I do feel like if it was anything that brings significant public input, I would probably, checking in with Gina and Christopher, I'd probably bring it back to council.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I do see our vice mayor has his hand up for his last bite at the apple.
My last bite. Good to the last fight. I would, if we're gonna, I'm excited about the Crosstown Connector workshop. If we could almost have this conversation, but in a lot more depth as a workshop of its own, because if we're gonna do the horse trading of moving things out of the impact fees and into other things toward a Crosstown Connector, it'd be good to know what we're pulling that away from, and that might be a good, like, it's all of transportation and really just allocating all the dollars we have toward transportation. Otherwise, we're just kind of looking at this. And what I really like about this is we've looked at, the whole picture. So maybe that might be a way to structure a workshop where we actually prioritize all the money we have towards the different things, and maybe all the crosstown connectors fall off the map altogether. I don't think they will, but at least it puts the pressure on us to make those decisions.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I want to poll council to see if we want a 5-minute break before our last item, or if we'd like to go directly into the next item. I'm not seeing anybody ask for a break, so we're going on to item 4C, which is introduction, first reading of a mandatory organic waste reduction ordinance, adding chapter 8.18 to the Petaluma Municipal Code. And this presentation will be by Patrick Carter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bringing up this thrilling topic of mandatory organic waste reduction in the form of an ordinance. Maybe not everybody shares my passion for waste reduction, but it's pretty exciting to me. Anything we can do to reduce organic waste is pretty amazing because of the effects it'll have. So given the hour, I trimmed my presentation down from 50 slides to 7, so it'll be pretty brief. And I think we'll be able to get through it pretty quick. And I hope you all can see that now. One of those 7 slides is this one. So why the discussion today is about an ordinance to reduce organic waste, and it covers all sections, as you'll see in this presentation. It's residential, it's commercial, it's government buildings, institutions, and it's statewide. We don't have a lot of latitude here. This is a state program that's being imposed on cities and counties. And we're required to enforce it on behalf of the state. But just to kind of briefly talk about what we're going to talk about, why are we reducing organic waste? What is the legislation, SB 1383? What we're doing here locally, and next steps. So why organic waste? This shouldn't come to a surprise to a council that's passed a climate emergency framework. Methane is created by landfilling waste. We know that there's millions of tons of waste, organic waste, that's put into landfills every year. And the landfills are the 3rd largest source of methane in California. It's a potent greenhouse gas. We have people that are going hungry. It really doesn't make sense to have people going hungry and throw away edible waste at the same time. So it's wrong on a lot of different levels, and there are a lot of ways that are cost effective now without any magic black boxes that make some miracle product. These solutions are available right now that are cheaper than landfilling organics. And when I say organics, I'm meaning like food waste, grass clippings, anything that's vegetable matter or food matter, meat. But some of these programs are specific to food, and we'll get into that a little bit. So the state legislation that is requiring this action is SB 1383. It's all about reducing methane created by humans from landfill and waste. It's a California law signed back in 2016. The regulations for it were just adopted earlier this year, so it took a little while to get here. But in that legislation, they set goals of reducing organic waste in the landfills by 50% compared to 2014. By 2020, that was a year ago, and by 2025, a 75% reduction. So these are statewide goals, and also reducing 20% the amount of edible food that's recovered, so prevented from becoming waste in the first place. These are statewide rules, so that's the states kind of, they're coming up with a methodology to examine how well we are doing to that. The local requirements apply to all sectors, as I mentioned. It's residential, it's commercial, industrial, governmental, multifamily is included in there. So it really is comprehensive of all organic waste generators. So the state decided that they're going to make this, make all the cities and counties enforce these regulations. So what's required of the city of Petaluma, in addition to all the other cities and counties, is we have to look at capacity for removing that organic waste and either recovering it for food for hungry people or composting it. Providing our collection service, food recovery program establishment, outreach and education, procurement of recycled goods, inspection of containers to make sure that there's not contamination, and then doing the record keeping and reporting to the state on an annual basis. So that's what the state law kind of kicked off. What we're doing here, and I'm not going to go through everything because it's detailed in the staff report, and the ordinance is attached that really goes into the details of all these things, but on a broad overview level, we're adding a chapter to our Petaluma Municipal Code, chapter 8.18. There are some requirements that are common to all generators. They have to subscribe to service or meet the self-haul requirements. They have to place organic waste in the correct container, and they need to make sure they're not contaminating all the other containers. So don't put the organics in your garbage or recycling. Don't put your recycling in your green bin or your trash bin, and don't put prohibited waste in your trash can. So that's true for everybody, commercial, residential, industrial. There's a few other requirements that go into commercial businesses. They have to do collection containers within their businesses and make sure that their employees are trained to prevent contamination. And there are requirements in there for food recovery for businesses that generate a lot of edible food. So that's in our ordinance. There's a waiver process. It talks about which businesses are the food recovery program applies to. There's description of enforcement and inspection and other things that the state decided to throw in there with compliance with Cal Green and water efficient landscaping and procurement, which we've dealt with in our local ordinance as well. So that's, I know really fast, we can get into question if the council has questions on specifics of here, but just know that we based our local ordinance on the state's model ordinance for implementing it. So, we tailored it to specific our requirements here in Petaluma, but we don't have a huge amount of latitude with changing things because this is basically what the state's telling us we have to do. But for next steps, today we're talking about the first reading, the introduction of this ordinance. If the council approves of it, the December 20th meeting would consider the second reading and adoption of the ordinance. Also at that meeting, consideration of an MOU with Zero Waste Sonoma for education outreach and reporting assistance. So this is something that we could potentially join up with all of our colleagues here in Sonoma County and do a countywide effort to kind of pool our resources, make sure we have consistent messaging countywide for the education and outreach on this ordinance. The city would still be responsible for enforcement. That's the action we're considering tonight. But for the education side, we could use our partners at Zero Waste Sonoma for that to help. On January 1st, so next year, the state requirements are effective, and the tier 1 commercial edible food generators, these are the large generators of edible food that could be recovered. Those go into effect, those requirements go into effect. If adopted on December 20th, this ordinance would be effective here locally in Petaluma on January 20th, and our education enforcement begins. And then kind of further out, January 1st of 2024 is when the smaller generators of commercial food and the large events and venues programs are required to divert edible food. So that is the broad overview of this, and I would be happy to answer questions of the council on this subject. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have a question from Councilmember Fisher.
Well, because I share his passion for this subject, right? I actually started a zero waste committee which Will Bax was on for a number of years, along with Patrick. So particularly touching that Will's gone. Patrick, I have a question about section 818040, some single family generators. I assume that's somebody like me in a single family home, that you're saying I have to subscribe to an organic waste collection service. And right now that would just be Recology, right?
The Recology is our franchise hauler. There are at the top of that in line 422 and 423, except for those that meet the self-hauler requirements of section 8.18.100. So there is an opt-out for self-haulers.
And what is a self-hauler?
Self-hauler is entity that you still have to do the reporting or record keeping requirements, but they take the waste directly to a high capacity diversion facility for composting. Or, I mean, there's waivers from the process for de minimis. So if you are not generating any waste, then there's, a waiver process for opting out of that.
So those are available not just to commercial, but also to residential?
I would look at that. That waivers for generators is 8.18.060.
But it says commercial business.
It does say commercial.
Yeah, it doesn't say residential. And if we're really wanting people to get to zero waste households, seems like we need an exemption for.
Well, there are provisions in it that say that nothing in this chapter prevents generators from composting at home. So if you are composting at home and you're not generating any waste, then there's no service to be provided there. So I mean, unless Eric has a different opinion on that, I think if you're not generating the waste, there's no compulsion for providing a service that you're not using.
Yeah, that's unclear in 040 when it says I have to subscribe to an organic waste collection service.
All organic waste generated, the city shall have a right to review the number and size of the generators containers to evaluate adequacy of capacity provided for each type of collection service. Single family generators shall adjust the service level for the collection services as requested by the city.
And yes, I do have 5 compost bins on my property.
So if it's helpful, Patrick, and if it pleases the council, so I think you were talking about the text that starts at line 431, where it says generators may additionally manage their organic waste by preventing or reducing their organic waste, managing organic waste on site, and or using a community composting site. So I agree that it provides that, single family generators can eliminate or reduce their organic waste by, their own composting, like many of us do. But overall, I think what it means is, people are encouraged to do that, and to the extent they still have organic waste, then they need to use this franchise or self-haul.
The other thing that people in the community are now asking for is community composting facilities, right? So we don't have to send it away.
Well, and that's the last option on lines 433 to 434. And or by using a community composting site pursuant to and it cites one of the California Code of Regulations.
As long as I'm not being illegal, that's fine.
I think you are being exemplary based on the objectives of this paragraph.
Thank you.
Reducing your composting on site. But all kidding aside, or I wasn't even kidding really. I think we've, unless I'm missing something, I think we've covered it such that all the choices that single family folks would want are there on a continuum from having none because they're composting it at home to using the franchise to using a community composting site. Right, that's what it's intended, how it's intended to work, right, Patrick? I think it does.
Yeah, that is. I'm wondering if, because the generators may additionally manage their organic waste by preventing or reducing the organic waste, managing organic waste on site and or using a community composting site pursuant to the CCRs. I'm wondering if additionally should be struck, if we should strike additionally from there, that would make it clear that that's an option. It's not in addition to having service, it's that is an option in and of itself.
We could, that would probably be clear. I think that that's the meaning anyway, but I think it's clear if you strike it. So that's a good suggestion if the council wants to do that.
And what line was that, Patrick?
That's on line 430. I can share my screen right here.
Okay.
Well, my line's a little different because I'm looking at the red line. Thanks, Patrick.
Yeah, sorry about that. So, I mean, I just think that if this was stricken from the ordinance, that would, I think, make it more clear that it's not something also that you have to do after you get your green waste service. That's something that could be done in lieu of.
Okay.
I agree if that's what the council would like to do.
Okay, so thank you for that. I see that Councilmember King also has his hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Patrick for the reduced slideshow and the excellent report. I don't have any problem with, I've been following the conversation. I have no problem with removing the word additionally. I think it may make more sense and certainly give a little more clarity. I do like the approach, the policy approach of informational versus the hammer of enforcement. I think people will learn how to do things in compliance with this by getting information, you know, and I think it's going to be very difficult to enforce residential anyway. But I think getting information out in that manner probably gets not only the ordinance we want to have, but the actual compliance and movement away from throwing away food. I'm prepared to support this. I'm prepared to move it as a move staff recommendation, with that one exception, the word additionally out of page 21 of our report and line 430.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. So let's go to Councilmember Posicade and Healy, then Fisher.
I would second the motion.
Okay, thank you. And then go to Healy and then Fisher.
Well, I'll third the motion, so I don't need to speak.
Okay. And Fisher's, okay, so everybody was jumping up to do the second. Okay, so let's see if there is any public comment on this item. I'll ask the Deputy City Clerk to see if she's received any on this item.
We did not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and so I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak in public comment. We can open public comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those wishing to participate in public comment must raise their virtual hand and wait to be called on by the moderator. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. First speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Madam Mayor, at this point, we do not have any public speakers that want to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll close public comment on this item, and we have a motion by King and a second by Councilmember Posicade, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posicade.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, and thanks to everybody, staff and council members. This was a very content-rich meeting. and a lot of really good discussion. So I really appreciate everybody being so prepared on every item. And we will adjourn now in honor of Will Bax and Jean Beatty. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night.
Recording